Good morning, everybody. Please go ahead and take your seats. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. And special thanks to our panelists who will be speaking later, and to Commissioners Trusty and Gomez for their participation in today's event. My name's Allison Baker, and I'm an Associate Chief in the Wireline Competition Bureau. And the discussions that we had yesterday on IP interconnection and public safety and consumer protection were really thought-provoking and informative. And we have another excellent agenda for you today that will focus on the financial and economic aspects of the transition, particularly reform of intercarrier compensation framework and reform of the legacy high-cost universal service fund programs. Today's workshop will run on a similar schedule to yesterday and wrap up shortly after 4 p.m. We'll break for lunch at noon and reconvene at 1:30. Please be sure to return a little bit ahead of 1:30 so that you have enough time to go back through security. And if you need a recommendation for a restaurant, there's a list at the welcome table, or feel free to ask an FCC staff member. A few other housekeeping reminders: there's restrooms off of the lobby in the commission meeting room, and the entire workshop will be live streamed and recorded, and will ultimately be submitted as part of the record in ECFS. We will not be taking live questions during the panels, but we've incorporated relevant questions submitted in advance. And if you have any issues or concerns during the workshop, feel free to talk to the staff at the welcome table. And now I'd like to introduce Commissioner Trusty. Commissioner Trusty has focused on ensuring all Americans have access to communications networks and are prepared for the future of AI and other technological advances. And she's encouraged the Commission to do its part by fostering competition and innovation. And I'd like you to please join me in giving a warm welcome to Commissioner Trusty.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to open the second day of our IP transition workshops. The IP transition presents genuinely complex policy challenges, and as we confront them, I find myself turning to an unlikely source of guidance, Sun Tzu. This ancient military general is credited with saying, "Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat." That tension sits at the heart of our work. The FCC has already articulated its strategic vision, the what and the why. As the Commission set out in a February NPRM, we are advancing the IP transition to promote technological modernization and public safety, enhance long-term efficiency, competition, and service quality, and reduce network maintenance costs, all in the service of consumers. Now we must get the tactics right. The how of achieving that vision matters enormously. That means leaning on technological innovation and marketplace forces where we can. It means maintaining regulatory oversight where it is needed. And it means ensuring that the shifts in cost and revenue do not erode connectivity and competition. Stakeholders are absolutely indispensable to this effort. Commission staff bring deep expertise, but industry participants, providers, and consumers alike are best positioned to understand the real-world marketplace consequences of our decisions. You can also keep us honest about the full scope of the IP transition and what it implicates: IP interconnection, intercarrier compensation, end-user rate regulation, universal service, next generation 911, telecommunications relay service, and the ongoing effort to combat illegal robocalls. Importantly, as we look to find a compromise and a path toward industry consensus, these proceedings must be harmonized, and we need your help to ensure that nothing falls through the cracks. I want to close with a word about perspective. When I chose a military framing for today's opening remarks, I was mindful of how fraught industry transitions can feel. The marketplace has undergone a remarkable competitive transformation since the 1996 Act, and uncertainty about the policy environment can tempt stakeholders to view one another as adversaries. But I want to push back on that instinct. Our real adversary is not a marketplace competitor, rather, it's complacency. The risk that we treat this transition casually and fail to build the regulatory environment that innovation and investment and consumers all deserve. So with that in mind, I'd offer 3 priorities to guide our work. First, we must foster an environment that rewards innovation and investment. We need marketplace flexibility paired with enough clarity to give industry the confidence to invest in the long term. Second, we must use federal resources wisely. From spectrum to universal service, we must faithfully execute Congress's direction with a clear-eyed awareness of the broader policy and marketplace context. And third, we must keep the international stage in view. Our policy choices must actively position the United States for leadership in what comes next. AI-driven networks, automated infrastructure management, and intelligent communication systems are not distant prospects. They are being built now, and the regulatory foundation we lay during this IP transition will either accelerate or impede that development. Other nations are moving quickly. If we get our interconnection rules, our investment incentives, and our spectrum policy right, we set the stage for American leadership. If we get them wrong or move too slowly, we cede that ground. Success on all 3 fronts will produce the competitive, innovative, and consumer-focused ecosystem we are all working toward. So thank you to every stakeholder participating in these workshops and the related proceedings, and thank you to our Wireline Competition Bureau for convening this process and helping us to get our policies right. So thank you all so much, and best wishes for today's discussion.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Trusty, for your remarks. Your perspective on the importance of the transition to all IP networks is valuable for us to consider as we discuss these complicated issues. Our session this morning will have 2 panels focused on completing the transition to bill and keep, and will include discussions of access charges and transition timing. And I invite the participants for the panel to come forward and get set up. The first conversation in this morning session will focus on considerations in transitioning access charges to bill and keep. And our moderator was Peter Bean, an attorney advisor in the Wireline Competition Bureau's Pricing Policy Division. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Peter.
Thank you so much, Allison. Good morning to our guests in the room, those of us joining online, and most especially all of our panelists. As you know, this panel will explore various considerations in completing the transition of the remaining switched access charges to bill and keep, an effort the Commission began in the 2011 USF ICC Transformation Order. We have an excellent set of panelists with us this morning to help us explore these issues, and we have a lot that we would like to cover. So without further delay, I would like to invite all of our panelists to introduce themselves and give us a brief overview of your organization's position on the key considerations in completing the transition to bill and keep. And I think we can just start going down the line with Steve.
Hi, I'm Steve Morris from NCTA. We represent the cable industry. Our cable operator members have been very actively engaged on these IP transition issues and intercarrier compensation issues for many, many years. These are 2 important transitions that are taking place. They've both been going on for decades, really. I think with both of them, we're at the end stage where we have the hardest issues left, which is why we have 2 days of panels to talk about all this. It's important to keep in mind we're doing these, as Commissioner Trusty said, because the end result is to benefit consumers. Getting to an all IP environment is something that our companies have been pushing for a long time. Our members provide voice service in IP. We would love it if when we get to that point where everybody is all IP and all traffic is in IP all the way through, that will be a great thing for consumers. I think it's something we want, and we're happy to be part of this process of working through these issues with all the other stakeholders. The one thing that sort of jumped out at me yesterday was, and we heard it from Commissioner Trusty today, but from Chairman Carr yesterday, that, the importance of the fact that, like, the commission has decided that we are going to complete these transitions, and it's really now just a question of how to finish the job and what the implications are. That's a level of resolve we haven't necessarily seen in the past from the FCC, and which is why, we're talking about an order from 2011 and finishing that transition. So to me, that's a really positive sign. I think the engagement we're seeing on all these panels is a positive sign. So we are really looking forward to being part of the discussion and trying to get to an all IP world and a bill and keep world, and doing that as efficiently as possible.
Thank you. My name is Jim Lennon. I'm here representing IntelliQuint. IntelliQuint is, and my role in IntelliQuint is I'm in the product management group, so I oversee basically our access products. I've had that. I've been at IntelliQuint for about 8 years. In that organization, managing access products from the revenue side. But previous to that, I was in cost management jobs in various CLECs, so I've kind of seen the transition of access charges, from the 2011 order to now, from both sides of the shop, both the cost management and the revenue management side. And so I kind of come to the table with that kind of unique perspective. IntelliQuint is probably it's the largest independent transit and aggregation provider in the U.S. We're basically what I would describe as a carrier's carrier. We don't have end user customers per se, but our customers are most of the carriers in this room that we're working with here. We come to this with, on the record, we have a proposal which we call our NTP proposal, National Transit Provider, that I look forward to discussing on this panel today, that we think is the best and fastest way to get to where I think the outcome is that we're all trying to get to, which is a full IP interconnection architecture, right? And again, we don't look at that as an adversary of the of other things on the record like the allies. We think it's complementary to, and it can be a transitionary to something like the allies in an end state down the line. But we believe that our model is the only way that we can get there in the 2-year period that the FCC has laid out. So I look forward to kind of discussing that more on the panel here. And again, I also want to thank the FCC for putting these panels together. I think it's a good forum for everyone to lay out their positions, their line of thinking. But then I think the real work is kind of after these panels, collaborating as an industry on what the right answer is. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Roger Nishi, and I'm General Manager at Waitsfield and Champlain Valley Telecom in Vermont. And I'm here today representing NTCA, the World Broadband Association. Thank you to Brian Ford, one of NTCA's fine lawyers, in helping me prepare for today. Thank you, Brian. I'm also here on behalf of all the rural ILECs in the U.S., like Waitsfield and Champlain Valley Telecom, that serve very high-cost, lowly populated areas. I'm here to ensure that our customers do not experience rate shock, that we can continue to innovate and bring the latest in technologies to the areas we serve, and to ensure that our rates remain affordable for the customers we serve. I'm really proud to be part of the rural community and the community that are the companies that I'm representing today. I truly believe that our communities are better because we're there, and we want to continue to be there and make a difference for all the customers that we do represent. Thank you for having me here today, and looking forward to today's discussion.
Good morning. My name is Randy Clark. I am an attorney in Verizon's Federal Regulatory Group, and let me start by thanking the FCC for putting this workshop together. I think it's a great way to dig into the issues, and thank you for including Verizon on the panel. I look around the room and I'm in awe at the expertise of the folks that are here now that have been working on this issue for decades. Verizon has been a part of that process and is looking to continue to be part of that process. Let me see. The question, Peter, that you asked us is what are our positions on some of the main issues in play? And so I'll touch on a few of those. We appreciate the Commission's focus on transitioning to IP. We appreciate the Commission's recognition that the intercarrier compensation system and what's left of it is part of the solution. And so looking at those things together, while it makes for some headaches and late nights, is the right thing to do. And so we have been. And we've been looking at what exactly is the goal and what is the problem, what are the obstacles? And through that, we've come up with and contributed to the creation of the Allies proposal that my colleague Jim just mentioned. We think that proposal, which would provide a pathway for carriers who are not yet exchanging traffic in IP, and I'll note that a lot of traffic is already carried in IP, much wireless traffic, much traffic exchanged between larger carriers is exchanged in IP, but a lot of traffic, and all the traffic is important, is not yet carried in IP. So we looked at that situation and created a way where carriers could, if they want, connect directly. We created a proposal for this. Carriers could connect directly, or if they didn't want to do that, they could use internet connections that they already have to send voice traffic, to declare a location, to exchange voice traffic, without going through the process of individual negotiations with every other provider. Now, what were we addressing here? We were addressing the fact that there's about, roughly 1,000 carriers, and if they each have to negotiate an IP interconnection agreement with each other, that's 1 million agreements. It's a lot of agreements. If instead you say, if you don't want to do that, you can follow some rules. Now, these rules are important and they're specific. How will you exchange traffic? What are the technical details? Where will you do it? How will the security work? How will the encryption work? But if you follow a template of rules, you can say, okay, here's where I will receive traffic, here's where I will exchange traffic, and we'll work according to the rules. Everybody else who is following that rules will also be able to exchange traffic. That's the agreementless part in the agreementless IP exchange over the internet, the Allies proposal. We think that will fast forward the process of everybody exchanging traffic with everybody. You don't have to do it that way, but you can do it that way. We also think that that model leverages the existing internet so that concepts that come from the public switch telephone network, concepts that come from past decades of work in this area, like where are the points of interconnection? Where are the transport links? Where do I have to haul my traffic to? Kind of fade away because the edge becomes your internet connection. The point of interconnection becomes your internet connection. It's not Wild West internet. It's encrypted. It's authenticated. It's a session that's initiated for, with signaling protocols so that carriers can talk to each other. But anyway, we think that is a path forward. We think a transition is necessary and appropriate. And Jim, I appreciate the work that the thoughtful and thorough work that your organization has done putting together a proposal. There are other proposals in play too for how to get there. But anyway, glad that we're here. We think that getting to an IP transition is very important and appreciate the Commission's focus on it and the rapid timelines proposed.
Thank you all so much. I think that's really actually provides a nice framework for all the things that we want to cover today. But I want to start with a question about incentives that brings in a couple of thoughts from yesterday's panels, which was that there was some discussion yesterday suggesting that the current intercarrier compensation system incentivizes the maintenance of TDM networks. So I'd like to ask each of you to weigh in on the extent to which you have found that to be true or not. And I'm happy to start with Steve again. We can talk.
I think, yes, to some extent. Again, it's important to keep in mind that these two transitions have been going on a long time independently of each other for good reasons. I mean, we started talking about bill and keep and phasing out access charges like when I first joined the commission 25 years ago. They started, the week before I got there, they started a proceeding on intercarrier compensation, and there was a paper on bill and keep and why that was the most efficient way of doing traffic exchange. So we've been talking about that for 25 years now. The commission adopted that 15 years ago, totally independent of the IP transition, but they did it because that was the right thing to do for, like, phasing out access charges made sense. Separately, the IP transition has been going on for, decades. We heard Commissioner Trusty talk about all the consumer benefits we're going to see from that. Is there some resistance to retire equipment because people are collecting access charges? I think there's maybe some of that that's playing into things and maybe slowing things down and is yet another reason to get to bill and keep. But even without that, we have plenty of reasons to finish the transition to bill and keep and to finish the transition to IP. So I think, it's just a question of getting it done. And we've got now these proceedings teed up to do that. So, we're almost there. We just need to keep plowing ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, Peter, I think there's, so there's probably some relationship, right? There's a relationship between the intercarrier comp and the and certainly the speed of how quickly we transition to an all IP interconnection network. And one of the things I should have said, and I'll just in my openings, that one of the distinctions I think that's made on the record, we want to make sure it's clear, but I don't think there's much objection or argument about this in the record, but is that besides the intercarrier compensation piece that we're looking at and trying to decide the migration of it to bill and keep, that those are the charges that the originating and terminating parties share with each other, right? I think in the record there's plenty of folks who have clarified that there are carriers like us, intermediate providers, who both now and after the transition, it's acknowledged that those are valuable services in the ecosystem, and that those charges are not ones that we should be looking at reducing to bill and keep, either now or post-transition, as those services are separate from, the inter-carrier comp that the originating and terminating parties get from each other. So that being said, in our proposal, we kind of look at the relationship of inter-carrier comp to IP, all IP transition as, let's take advantage of that link, and let's actually incent folks that might otherwise not have been, let's incent folks to move faster, right? So meaning, the folks that are still getting inter-carrier comp, can we, in a solution that we put together, can we incent them to move to IP faster and not lose that immediately upon converting, right? Maybe even a system that the earlier you convert to IP, you get to hold on to that a little bit longer, right? Because there has to be an acknowledgement that in moving from TDM to all IP, right, it takes money, it takes capital, right? So you can't burden the folks that you're asking to make this transition by reducing the amount of revenue and capital that they have access to while you're asking them to convert, right? So can we put together a final proposal that incents them financially to move quickly, right? And we think the NTP proposal does that, and to be honest, that the combination of the NTP proposal and some incentive for folks to move quickly, I think we believe it's the only thing that we can do that will meet the 2-year window, right? Again, the Allies proposal, we're part of those ADIS conversations. We don't object at all to direct interconnection any way that two carriers want to agree to do it. We just think that putting all of the specifications together, the rules, or whatever, and then implementing it across 1,500 carriers is going to be something that won't be able to get done in the 2-year window. So we kind of introduce our option to cover that transition period, basically. Thank you.
Great.
Am I on?
Yeah,
No.
now you are.
There's not any incentive. There's zero incentive because of the access charges. If you take a look at the universe of NTCA companies, 88% of them have IP switches. 55% of them, or about half, actually have IP in their networks or provide hosted services either through their ILEC operations or their competitive operations. All this rides on fiber. 86% of the NTCA members have fiber networks. So it's not incenting the companies to not invest in IP. We've invested in IP. But when the carriers don't come to you with an IP, then how do you get the IP out of your area? Currently at Waitsfield and Champlain Valley Telecom, all calls within our network are IP to IP. Calls that leave our network are transferred to TDM before they leave our network, so they can leave our network and hit the tandem. I come back to the NECA tariff. Since 2013, it's had a service called Ethernet Switched Access Transport. We could, if carriers would have purchased that, we could have had IP leaving our networks, and our calls could be IP from beginning to end. Now, that being said, if it hits a tandem on the other end that isn't IP, it's going to be transferred back to TDM. So, as I've said, there's no motivation whatsoever in terms of this. We would like to get some IP connections because it's more efficient, and our guys are experts with our IP switches. So when I hear people say we haven't invested or we've held up the transition because of access charges, that's farthest from the truth.
Thank you for the question about incentives that access charges create. And I hear, and I'm happy to hear everybody on the panel agreeing that the incentives, aren't holding up the transition. I want to identify a few. It's access charges themselves that are providing what we consider to be incentives that keep some traffic from moving and keep some entities in the ecosystem focused on staying on TDM. And those incentives are the revenue flow that access charge represents. It can prevent somebody from an entity from moving to an IP system because that would make an access revenue flow go away. And what I'm talking about here is the access revenues represent an implicit subsidy, whereas something like universal service is an explicit subsidy where the commission decides, okay, here's how support's going to work. We will explicitly subsidize certain services, and the commission has an elaborate process and has done great work creating explicit subsidies where necessary, and has been working, as Steve mentioned, for decades to wring implicit subsidies out of the system. They were created for a reason. They were created at a time, but the reason for which they were created, those conditions are by and large gone. The problem with an implicit subsidy, and that is an intercarrier payment that one carrier makes to another, is that the commission doesn't have great visibility into it, doesn't have great ability to target it. It's kind of a blunt way to get the job done. Another problem with it is an entity can design a network, an opportunity, a scheme to maximize that revenue flow with calls or calling patterns designed specifically just to create those flows. And many of us are familiar with access arbitrage that has happened over the past decade, and I applaud the Commission's efforts to stop access arbitrage, to curb access arbitrage. But that moves at the speed of regulation, and arbitrage schemes move at the speed of creativity and innovation. And so there's still some left. There's less, but the continued existence of arbitrage, and these aren't small amounts of money, it's still tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, incent providers who are in receipt of the revenue to continue to be in receipt of the revenue. If you take that away, the efficiencies of moving to an IP, an all IP voice exchange kind of become visible to everyone, and it's easier to get there. So we think those incentives are still in play, but I appreciate and have read the record on the percentage of rural carriers who have fiber, who have made the investment, and look forward to continuing our work towards IP interconnection.
And I welcome companies to approach the rural ILECs and take a look at why there are still access charges. Take a look at the IP access charges. The Ethernet switched access transport service is described as tariffed IP interconnection, SIP-based, bidirectional, and it's been available since 2013. So we are not the holdup.
Thank you. That's all extremely, extremely helpful. Roger, if I could pick up on something that you said with regard to the rural LECs and having already invested, at least on your end, into a lot of these technologies, there is some tension in the record that tends to suggest that moving intercarrier compensation to bill and keep might actually delay the IP transition further. And if we've got a lot of the rural LECs that have already made those investments, that would tend to suggest, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that that would not cause a delay. So I was wondering if you could maybe drill down a little bit and help us resolve that tension to the extent you can.
I think it comes back to where companies really are in the continuum of where they've invested in their networks. Those that have invested already have used the access charges and the ICC universal service to invest in their networks. Those that haven't, they probably haven't done so because they have an older switch technician who's comfortable with what they've had in place, and they haven't purchased a new one because they haven't seen a need. Why invest in an IP switch if I'm going to convert everything to TDM before it leaves the network? So I do believe that that's kept some companies from the process of investing in those switches. For sure, if access charges go away, it will slow the growth. The money won't be there for everyone to get to TDM or to an IP network as quickly as possible. I just lost my thought with that. For those that have invested in their networks, the funds are still valuable resources for them in the maintenance of their networks. And it's provided the funding for us to do cybersecurity on our networks. It's provided the funding for the whole IP fraud detection, stir shaken. So the money that's come has helped us to do other things within our networks.
Yeah, I mean, building on that, I think some of the trickiest issues from the network perspective are not really on the ends with originating and terminating because, as Roger said, I think most companies are IP. Where we see the challenges are in the middle, where you have, we've set up arrangements where a lot of traffic gets exchanged at TDM tandems. There are, someone said yesterday, like 1,600 tandems. That's the first time I've ever actually heard a number of how many there are because it's not really tracked. A lot of those are places where you have multiple carriers connecting, coming in and exchanging traffic. Those facilities are going to be retired at some point, and that traffic exchange has to happen somewhere else, and that really is the heart of what's left of the IP transition, is figuring out, okay, how are we going to exchange traffic if we don't have those tandems to do it at, and those arrangements that we've all made, that we entered into, decades ago after the '96 Act, because that was the sort of efficient place for everyone to exchange traffic. And what you have seen from Jim's company, Randy talked about the U.S. Telecom proposal. These are just different proposals for how we're going to exchange traffic differently from what we're doing today and the transition that's involved in making that happen. And so that's really, like, from the network perspective, that's the hard part, and that's what we're working on. There are some stragglers who have not updated their local switch, and if Roger's right, then if we sort of figure out the piece in the middle, that will sort of be the thing that gets those stragglers to say, yes, now is the time for me to upgrade my switch. So it just shows like all these things are interrelated, and the commission thankfully has teed it all up, but we're going to need to get to resolution on a lot of different things because they all tie together.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, and so, yeah, I think this is a great conversation because, and I would offer that, again, IntelliQuint's proposal of the national transit provider, what that proposal is to become that new piece in the middle that can foster an all IP environment and replace what the TDM tandems are doing today, right? So, we already do this today. It's just a matter of that we don't have all 1,500, VSPs connected to us. And again, when I say us, the national transit provider assumes there could be multiple national transit providers, right? So, but the idea is to get all 1,500 connected to someone who can do what we do today, right? And that allows, basically the entire exchange of traffic across everyone's network to happen in an IP environment in a very short amount of time, right? And, as we were here for panels yesterday, and I think the other proposals out there, they're a lot of good ideas, but a lot of things that are still in the planning process, and unproven, right? And so our idea is we can get there faster with our proposal, allow these other things to continue to be discussed, continue to be hatched. But that's exactly what Steve's identified as those tandems needing to be replaced. That's what our proposal does.
I agree this is a critical conversation and hitting on some of the key issues, but I'll throw out another issue that I think is a key issue. Over the last century, voice has been recognized as important. Ubiquitous voice communication has been kind of the work that this commission has done. It's been available for, everywhere. And a lot of equipment was custom developed to make that happen. Tandem switches and office switches, trunks, the protocols for making that all happen. A separate network just for voice. That got us through the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. Then stuff happened and there was regulation and here we are. But a separate network for voice. But we don't need that anymore. And so we shouldn't build another network just for voice. We have an internet, it's really good. It got us all through COVID on Zoom. I mean, separate discussion, separate conversation, but we don't need a separate new network just for voice. And I would argue, we don't need a new regulatory framework just for voice. That takes us back into a regulated space rather than forward into the IP future. And so it's, I think, really important to think about, what are we trying to do and what do we need? Can we leverage the internet? Where can we leverage the internet? Where can we leverage the communications network that we have and that people are using? And to just kind of amplify that, 95+% of people are not using the public switch telephone network for voice. So we don't need a separate network for voice and a separate regulatory framework for those last 3%. There are very, very important things that we do need, and I'm glad that the workshop is addressing the security, the public safety. But we don't need to regulate our way back into the solution that we're trying to, to leave. And so a solution that relies on sections 201, 203, 205, 208, 251, 332, and 10C, plus has a new setup of inter-entity, dare we say, inter-carrier compensation that has formulas and some of our favorite things like true-ups. It's worth a look to say, do we need that? Or can we leverage the communications network that we're already all touching and using and have a less regulatory but effective, secure, and safe approach?
That's super helpful. So I'd like to also talk about, you've all now talked about the exchange of traffic, and these issues, of course, intercarrier comp and interconnection are so closely related. So I would like to talk about sequencing for a minute. And there is some disagreement in the record about how the commission should actually approach its proposed reforms to interconnection and then its proposed moving access charges to bill and keep. And I know that there's some of you on this panel even have put that in your comments. So I'd like to know your views about the proper sequencing of these reforms, if any. And Jim, you really brought this up, so I'd like to start with you here.
Yeah. So I would just say I think in thinking about the sequencing, right? What I think we need to be careful of is, again, I think the issue on intercarrier comp is, mainly, we're discussing it mainly to drive towards the overall goal of getting the IP interconnection getting the interconnection network to all IP, right? So if that is the goal, right? And I think that is the goal. I think most people on the record would agree that that's the goal. We should be careful that everything we're doing here with the intercarrier has that goal in mind, right? And we're not just looking to, reduce to bill and keep for no reason. That the purpose is to get to an all IP interconnection environment. And so again, I would bring up that we should be thinking about ways to do that, to incent folks to move to all IP. So yeah, I think that's the only thing we need to caution about. Like, I understand that they're two different orders, but we have to think about the reason we're doing this one, I think, is that the larger goal is the all IP interconnection network, right? Like, there are some things in the record about, billions and billions of dollars tied up in these duplicative networks that are out there, right? And so the goal of all of these processes should be to get to an all IP environment and free up those, so the ICC is part of that, but we have to do it in a way that we're ultimately looking at the bigger goal, which is getting to the all IP environment.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
This will take 5 seconds. What Jim said.
I would just maybe contradict a little bit. We started talking about bill and keep even before we started talking about the IP transition, and there are reasons to do it independent of the IP transition. We're way past time. I mean, the commission adopted it 15 years ago, said this is the right way to do this. We'll have a transition period, but like, we need to get it done. If we tie it to the IP, the rest of the IP transition has a lot of really complicated issues. It'd be nice if we got it all done in 2 years. I think there's a lot that's going to have to happen. I think we'll make some big decisions in 2 years. But I worry a little about saying, well, now we can't do bill and keep until we get everything else done. And all of a sudden, it's like we're another 10 years down the road and like we still haven't done it. Like, let's just do it. If the consequence of that is that there are companies that think they need more universal service money, that's a discussion that can be had. And I mean, we can talk about it on this panel. I know there's another panel, but ultimately, it's really a subsidy issue, and we can grapple with that. But like, let's end the access charges.
For the rural ILECs, it's a situation of we really need to know where the interconnection points are going to be. As NTC proposed, 50 end offices, each one in each state, or if not one in each state, possible regional ones. But in any instance, I think the edge remains where the edge is today. We should not be responsible for having to pay to transport our traffic outside of our areas. And I know that goes against everyone whenever they hear IP, because when it's IP, everyone pays to get to the IP locations in 5 or 6 cities in the U.S. So that's very important, because if we have the transition to bill and keep, if we phase out the ICC, and at the same time do things to the ARCs and other end user charges, those are all revenues that could go away. And at the same time, if say that $17 circuit that Bridget Reardon talked about yesterday becomes $44,000 a month, that's $44,000 a month that is outgoing and not producing any revenue for us as a company. So it's a direct turnaround. And if that happens, it will be very hard for us to maintain and innovate within our networks.
Thank you. So everybody at this point, I think, has mentioned the transition. So I'd like to move to that.
I can start with that.
Oh, okay, so you've presented.
On transition.
I would like to know your thoughts about the 2-year transition the commission has proposed. Which I think, yeah.
A two-year transition is way too short, especially if you're doing everything simultaneously. We have budgets and we plan on investment, and it could turn budgets around. It could turn those that need to invest in a IP switch, it could slow that process down. And if things get cut in 2 years, I wonder what those companies that have large loans, how they're going to react to the banks when they don't meet their ratios. So there's a lot that comes into play if a transition occurs in 2 years. That's why the U.S. Telecom proposal, 11-year proposal, where the first 6 years, is it 5 or 6? Freeze for 5 years, then 10% for the next 6 to 8, and then 22.33% in years 9 through 11. It makes sense because it's spreading out the revenue reductions, and therefore we can plan our spending and what we need to do within our companies in that amount of time. Now, I would have one suggestion on this. I really do believe at some point in the 6 to 8 years, the overall compensation needs to be looked at, because some companies may not have the financial wherewithal to go to completely to zero in the 11-year period. There may need to be some type of form of universal service that helps them maintain their networks, and they may not be able to afford to go to zero as suggested in their plan. Did that hit your? Did I answer your question?
You did, absolutely. Anybody else want to weigh in on the transition period?
Well, which transition period? We have a lot of
the
transition periods.
2 years to move to bill and keep.
Oh, yes. We should do that. Sorry, Roger, but we should do that. Like, it's, we were supposed to be there already. Like, it's time. I mean, there are some, we have exceptional situations like Alaska, which is like sort of always different and should be different, but like we have, this isn't like a surprise that we're talking about this. Like, people should have been planning for this. Again, as I said before, if there's USF implications to that, like, that's the discussion we should be having. And I think, I think our view on it is the world has changed since we set up all these programs. There is so much more competition in rural areas, right? When we set up USF 30 years ago, or even 15 years ago, there was very little competition in rural areas, if any, and we were trying to get service for the first time to people. But now there are options, and that's relevant, and that should be relevant in the amount of money that the government spends in these areas. We shouldn't be spending in areas where private entities have built facilities. We have, when we set up, mobile was just beginning when we started. Now, like, everyone relies on their mobile phone, and that's relevant to like how much the government should be spending on USF and supporting rural companies. We should, be looking at rural consumers, and yes, if there are places where there is no option but the rural telco, then let's figure out what the right amount of subsidy is. But like, that's a much smaller universe than it used to be, and like, we need to reflect that in our USF program.
Roger, I'm glad you mentioned the U.S. Telecom proposal. I agree there's a conversation to be had about explicit subsidy support going forward. Like, what's the goal? What do we need to get there? And to take a look at that. So that, I think, is a continuing conversation. I think in terms of transitions, I'm going to help myself to answering both. I think the IP transition is job one. The 2 years is ambitious. We're looking straight at it, and I've talked about the Allies proposal, and there's bridge proposals to get there. And I think job two is the ICC and revenue side of it, and we should do that too, but we shouldn't slow down job one.
Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't slow down the transition. 2 years is ambitious, so it could go a little longer, but that's really the key to this. The whole intercarrier compensation, I believe that it can go much longer and continue much longer. If it happened in a 2-year period, the customers in our area would be looking at a $19.80 increase. That's will be. I'll put it this way: when I'm out mowing the lawn, and my neighbor comes by and his truck stops, and I try to ignore him, and looking down, he'll sit there until I stop. And the next thing I'll hear about is a fine Vermont butt chewing on how $19.80 a month rate increase isn't affordable. So that's why I think we need to take a look at the transitions, make them longer, so that rural customers don't have rate shock.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to now move to transit, because I know we've talked a lot about transit. And, you know, Randy, I know Verizon has argued in his comments that bill and keep is incompatible when it comes to transit providers. So I'd like to first get a sense of the role that the transit providers are playing, and then the way that the commission can ensure that the rates for those services will remain just and reasonable without the need to prescribe specific rates.
Thank you. That's another key issue that I'm glad we're focusing on. So the role of the transit provider, and I think there is a role of a transit provider here. And again, compliments to the thoughtful and thorough NTP proposal, which looks at, what's out there, who's doing it, what could be done, how could this get us to the future. The role of the transit provider would be to carry traffic, off-net traffic. So one provider originates it, the provider in the middle carries it, it terminates it to someone else. So the role of the transit provider would be to carry that traffic. So a couple of things. A rate for that is different from an intercarrier compensation originating or terminating access rate. It's different because a valuable service is being provided across the middle of the network, and it costs something to provide that service, and it's valuable to the entity receiving it. So to Verizon, those charges and the ability to have a transit charge, are different from the rest of intercarrier compensation charges and should be preserved. There's details around which exact transit charges that I think are beyond the scope of this exact forum, but there needs to be one. Another point on transit charges that I think will be important in this conversation is who are the cost causers and who are the payers. They should match. If you have cost payers separated from cost causers, that's the recipe for arbitrage, and we'll be back here talking about it if that happens. That would happen if a system is set up where a carrier elects to use a transit provider, so a terminating carrier elects to use a transit provider to receive their calls, and there's a rate for that. If an originating provider, somebody a customer of originating provider picks up a phone, makes a phone call to that originating provider, that originating provider doesn't have an arrangement with the transit provider, but under some proposals may end up getting charged for it. So you have the cost causer separated from the payer. Somebody could set up a traffic flow to, make that happen a lot and have a lot of charges go to the originator who's not in on it, didn't agree to it, didn't order it constructively or otherwise. So I caution that we be careful about setting up a system that keeps the payers and the cost causers the same. So to translate that, somebody electing to use a transit provider, and I think this will happen in many, many, many cases. It doesn't make sense for everybody to interconnect directly. Somebody electing to use a transit provider has to pay for originating and terminating traffic, traffic going from them and traffic coming to them. So that's a point to consider. In terms of keeping the rate reasonable, again, there's a conversation to be had. I mean, the rate has to work for everyone, and so that's an important detail that we need to work through.
I mean, part of it is related to the point Roger was raising before about where the network edge is, because you have to, it has to be clear what people are responsible for, and if my job as an originator is to get traffic to some interconnection point, then I would pay a transit provider to do that, and that's my responsibility as an originating provider. if the edge is somewhere else, then maybe it's going to work differently. But it needs to be clear, sort of, how those responsibilities fit, because otherwise you are, as Randy was saying, you're going to end up with arbitrage situations, which that's the whole point of bill and keep and doing a lot of these things, is to end those. So that's where, certainly clarity from the commission will come in as to, network edge and how transit will work. There's a separate question, I think, or related question. Jim has proposed, your proposal, I think, would have the FCC sort of very actively regulating that transit function, maybe more so than today. And there's a question of whether that level of regulation makes sense, or whether, I think Randy was sort of getting at this before, is that really what we're trying to move away from, and get to a much more unregulated environment, or lightly regulated that looks a lot more like what we have for the whole rest of the internet?
Yeah, so let me just respond to that, because I think this conversation is certainly very important to Intelliquent. So in our proposal, right, we've thought about a lot of these things in our proposal. We're not looking for a strict regulatory regime for the we've suggested light oversight, right, and for that light oversight to be only during a transitional time frame, and then reevaluated, right? And the reason for it is some of the things that Randy's brought up, and if we understand that in the past, we've been being the carrier's carrier, being in the middle of so many calls, right? We understand arbitrage. We want to get it out of the ecosystem too. So I think some of the things that we've introduced in our proposal do that, right? Learning from the past, right? We don't want geographic specific rates for transit service. That's something that has fostered arbitrage over the years, right? We want a same rate for everyone, no matter where you are, right? So that takes away some of the historical incentives to arbitrate, to put numbers in certain areas of the country and drive traffic to that area, right? One of the reasons we're asking for light oversight is we want a public notice on the rates so that they're fair and reasonable, right? We don't want NTP number 1 charging X and NTP number 2 charging Y. Again, we think that deviation in rates is something that fosters arbitrage, right? So we're asking for light regulation as during this window. We've also, in our proposal, we identify how we would set up the edge, the poise, right? We have we say we will get within 100 miles of any RLEC, right? Or within 2 miles of the ILEC tandems that exist today. So we try to lay out a lot of these things in our proposal, and we think it's important that during this transitional process that there is some oversight to it, right? That allows it to happen in a way that's fair and reasonable for everyone, ubiquitous. Again, we in order for it to work, right, we need everyone connected to an NTP. So we need that governance too. So, we're not asking for, a long regulatory regime that would go on forever. We're asking for just some oversight during the transition that will help make this work and make it work for everybody, right? Because in order for this to work, in order for us to get to a full IP integration, we've got to get all 1,500. There can't be 5 or 10 or 15 that don't make it. So we have to find a solution that's going to get all 1,500, right, into that IP interconnection ecosystem.
So would you have the FCC set those rates? Is that the idea? And how
So
would they,
I think what we
how would they
suggest-
know what's reasonable?
We've suggested like a public notice where people, there would be, cost based, they would look at it from a cost perspective. People could comment on it, but it would be through a public notice.
Great. Thank you.
For the RLEX, we just want to make sure that our network edges remain where they are today through this whole process.
I'll just note that the emphasis and the desire for light regulation, we share that. I read with some concern parts of the NTP proposal that talked about setting 3 new tariffed elements using Section 203 in a way that I think would make Section 203 shudder a little bit, and then using the tariff process to implement those, and then having the commission's backstop to prescribe rates. I think that section would also come off the shelf in a way that's not been seen. So I think there's a way to get here, but that level of regulatory involvement, I think, is a step in the wrong direction.
I think it says something that the two people who worked at the commission doing pricing issues are both sort of recoiling at the idea of the FCC setting rates.
It's because there's no one left in the tariff division.
So maybe it's not a great idea.
No, the tariff division is alive, has deep experience, and just a shout out to you all.
Sorry about that.
So we actually did start a little early, but so we're going to keep this going just a little bit more because I do think the network edge is critical, as you've all acknowledged. So I'd like to get some input on your perspectives about how the commission should, or the commission or the states, or whatever combination of those two you think. And there's a big difference between defining the network edge during the transition and after. And I think that's a really important distinction. So I'd like to get your input on the network edge issues, both during and after the transition. Whoever wants to take that, because I think everybody's had input on that.
I'll take a swing at it. So after the transition, I'll start with after. I think this raises the question of what are we building, and do we need a separate network and a separate regulatory structure just for voice? I don't think we do. And so I think there's a fair cause to evaluate. Look at, do we need network edges? Are there still network edges? Or do we use internet connections that we have, augmented if necessary and as necessary, to exchange voice traffic? And so in that way, the network edge becomes a fully qualified domain name that a carrier identifies and says, this is the web address, essentially, where you can send me traffic and I'll use it to send out traffic. Not Wild West traffic, but authenticated, encrypted traffic and a session opened up. But in that way, the concept of an edge and I understand concerns about building transport across the country to 8 data centers or something like that. You don't have to do that. You use the internet connection you have. During the transition, I have a little bit of a concern about building something new for a couple-year transition that's going to be taken right down. And so another approach is that as TDM traffic falls away from the network as people interconnect, the problem gets smaller. I know that's high level in general, but conceptually, I would caution against an elaborate new regulatory structure to handle what I think we're all trying to turn into a relatively short-term transition.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really a question of sort of, are we going forward or backwards? And I mean, Randy said it before. I mean, I think we don't want to go backward. We want to go forward, and we have the internet, which works without a network edge at every rural telco or in every state. It does amazing things. We somehow need to be taking advantage of that, and the fact that every company that provides voice service, or almost every company, also participates in that traffic exchange at far greater volumes. Yes, it's different. Voice maybe requires something slightly different, but somehow people get their traffic to interconnection points that are outside of their territory, and it works really well. And there's no reason that can't be part of the solution for voice as well. And if you're going to make every provider go set up a new interconnection point in every state, I think that's problematic.
Yeah, so I just want to, push back a little bit about that we're building an entirely brand-new network, right? I mean, the transit network, that we would see running the NTP largely exists already, right, today within IntelliQuint, right? I mean, I'm not saying that we would need to build out to some places that we aren't, but it's not building an entirely new network. And I would just go back to, with all of the work that started with the allies, and it's great work, but I think we still have a lot to figure out. And I think IntelliQuint's view is just we see this probably going, more than 2 years, and maybe significantly more than 2 years, to get everything developed, everything pushed out across the entire network. And so, we think our solution is the quickest way to get to the all IP as quick as we can. And then, I mean, that's what we're trying to do, to take advantage of, so that we can tear down these dual networks, right? And so we just think we just think it's faster. It gets where we need to get quicker, and then, it's also we see direct interconnection continuing to happen over time, right? But this solution would always be there as a backup, right, as a default, and so it's a lot of it's about how quickly do we think we can really get where we need to get, and we think the IntelliQuint solution gets us there the quickest.
Anybody else on that? Nope.
For the rural companies, it really just comes back to, if the edges do move, we just do not want to incur substantial expenses that we don't have in place today, because once again, that will put pressures on the affordability and our local rates.
Thank you. So I think we're just going to wrap up now. I'd like to give each of you an opportunity to just provide any concluding thoughts you have, anything you want to leave the audience with today. And I guess we can go in reverse order. So I'll start with you, Randy.
Well, thank you, Peter. Again, I'm just really, really glad to be part of this. That I'm really glad the Commission's focusing on this. It's an important set of issues, and this is a good way to kind of raise a lot of them, in discussion collaboratively. A couple of points I want to leave with. I would commend to anyone interested here to read a short letter that AT&T put in the record recently, proposing another way to kind of bridge from where we are to the Allies' proposal. I thought it was creative. I thought it leveraged existing things. It would have owners of tandem networks provide IP interconnection to subtending carriers. And in that way, it's very similar to the network structure of the NTP proposal, and it would have in ALATA, it would have the opportunity for forbearance from the TDM obligations and requirements when all of subtending carriers are IP interconnected. So that is another way that's out there, and I thought it was a creative idea. I'm glad it's part of the record. I also wanted to note that there was a line in one of the comments that I think is worth addressing, that described efforts as a trust us, it'll be fine approach. And the amount of work that's gone into creation of the Allies proposal that's been discussed, and obviously to the NTP proposal, it's not a trust us, it'll be fine and we'll work it out when we get there. You know, standards bodies are engaged. And like, that's a long and laborious process because it's thorough and it's necessary. But it's not, oh, we'll figure it out. It's being figured out. So like, good and necessary work is underway at ADIS. Good and necessary work is underway in the development of the various proposals. And I think that reflects the importance of this issue and certainly Verizon's engagement in it. And you know, again, thank you for convening us, and looking forward to continued work.
Once again, thank you for having us here today. If we could take a win away from this, I commend U.S. Telecom and their 11-year transition. We could all agree on that today and go away with a win, and we'd be happy. And at the same time, add that little look in to see if every company should actually go to zero over the last 3 years. Anyway, thank you for your time today.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody. Thank you to the FCC. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the audience. And again, I just want to, as I said at the beginning, I think these panels are great. They're a way for everybody to kind of get the issues on the table, right? And you know, we look forward. Intelligent looks forward to being part of the solution, right? I think it would be silly for anyone to think that any proposal that they've made is 100% the right way to do this, right? So the idea of getting everyone together here, going through it, and then coming up with, you know, there may be the final the endpoint we get to may be a combination of, you know, things that are in 6 or 7 different proposals now, right? So I think these forums are a great way to get that out on the table. So again, we very much look forward to being part of the solution, and I think the one thing that Randy and I definitely agree on is that we should be working on it with an eye towards the overall objective is getting to the all IP interconnection, right? And so if we look at everything from that perspective, right, as quickly as we can also, right? So that's the perspective we're looking at it from, and we look forward to working with others in the industry to get there. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll echo a lot of what everybody said, except for maybe the 11-year transition. I'm sorry to deprive us of a win, but we're not quite there yet. But I think there's obviously a lot of really complex issues, interrelated issues that the commission is grappling with. I think it's great that you've done this set of panels, and we obviously have a lot of very engaged stakeholders who have already committed a lot of time and effort to this. I think everyone is ready to step up and continue working on it. We look forward to the next phase, which is really going to be working with all of you, and at some point you all will need to make some decisions that then have ramifications, and we'll have to figure out if we do X, what are the consequences of that. And we're all, as Jim said, no one's going to get everything they wanted. We're all going to be making compromises, and it's how that process plays out is I think we're all sort of looking forward to being part of that and working with all of you at the commission on getting it done. So thank you.
Well, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. This was a really great and informative discussion. So we're going to break until 11 and come back for the next panel. Thank you all so much.
Hi, everybody. Please go ahead and take your seats, and I'll invite the next panelists to come forward and get set up.
Yeah, no, let me give it a phone. All right.
So our next conversation related to completing the transition to Bill and Keep will focus on transitioning CAF ICC and telephone access charges to an all IP future, and will be moderated by David Zessiger, Deputy Chief of the Wireline Competition Bureau's Pricing Policy Division. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Allison. Welcome to the sixth panel of the Commission's IP Transition Workshop. My name is David Zessiger, and I'm the Deputy Chief of the Pricing Policy Division of the Wireline Competition Bureau. Our panel this morning will focus principally on the transition of two key intercarrier compensation mechanisms, CAF IC support and telephone access charges. The transition to these two mechanisms to an all IP future. As the record has made clear, properly transitioning these mechanisms will be crucial to ensuring a successful IP transition. I look forward to a productive discussion with our panel this morning. For introductions, I want to invite each of our panelists to introduce themselves and briefly state their organization's positions, particularly on these two issues. And Brian, I wonder if you'd get us started. Thanks.
Happy to do it. Good morning. Brian Benison. I'm with AT&T. Have been working on IP transition and intercarrier comp issues for, I don't know, most of the 26 years at AT&T on and off. Appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you folks. We, AT&T, given the concerns about aging copper infrastructure and excessive power usage, and a very small percentage of Americans that still rely on copper connectivity, is moving to transition off of our copper network by the end of '29. We're doing this in a very deliberate fashion, methodical and highly coordinated way, so that our customers all have a reliable new service, that we don't drop anything. In particular, we're very proud that we operate the public safety network, so we look out for our friends in public safety. So, we have reliable alternatives for 911 and other connectivity like that. We applaud the FCC's efforts to reform these rules and to remove the obstacles, the disincentives that are out there to people moving on. One of the challenges we have remaining is, if we are very successful in shutting down our TDM network, we still have multiple carriers that use our TDMs to complete our switches to complete traffic. So in order to complete this transition, we have to solve the problem not just for our customers, but for our partners in the industry. So we are trying to move in a very thoughtful way, and I really appreciated the discussions over the last day and a half, where everyone's talking about, hey, this is a whole of industry approach. It's very refreshing to say, hey, unless we get everyone on board, we don't solve the problem.
Hi, my name is Beth Charzay. I was with Comcast for 23 years until my retirement in 2023. I've been consulting back to Comcast for the past 2.5 years, and appreciate the opportunity to be here and appreciate the motivation of the FCC to tackle these issues. I, like Brian, have been working on these issues for multiple decades, and it's good to see some movement here. And also want to echo the collaboration that this is going to require from all the different types of providers within the industry. Overall, Comcast believes that the transition to Bill and Keep and the phase out of Connect American Fund intercarrier compensation needs to happen expeditiously. There has been sort of a long runway here. People know that this has been coming since the 2011 transformation order. And it seems, in a way, counterproductive to look at mechanisms that are really aimed at supporting old technology to continue on with those mechanisms when the Commission is trying to get carriers to move away from that old network technology to IP. So again, think this needs to happen expeditiously.
Darcy with Pelican Broadband. We are a very small ILEC in northeast Louisiana, serving about 5,000 subscribers today. I'm very pleased to be part of the panel. I was very honored to be asked to contribute my thoughts on this. With regards to phasing out the Intercarrier Compensation Fund, my company's focus has always been on providing excellent service to people in rural America. Our primary goal is to make sure that we can continue to do that. The reality is these support mechanisms that are in place because the market determined that providing that service to the customers in my area was not viable financially. I want to ensure that any decision that comes out of this ruling and these ideas keeps that focus front of mind. That was codified in legislation years ago. I want to make sure we are able to continue doing that without having to increase costs on customers who really can't afford it on one side and would have a detrimental effect to USF as a whole, because if we start losing people who are using services that are funding USF, the USF pool goes down. So those are my primary focuses. I want to make sure we maintain our ability to provide those services to those customers at a reasonable cost and a reasonable quality. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Tim Boucher. I'm an assistant general counsel at Lumen. I, too, have been working in this area for a number of years and on these issues, and I'm just delighted to be able to participate in this discussion today with this esteemed panel. I hope to continue what I feel like were the good vibes through the panels yesterday as folks shared more and more about their positions. As we do that, I'm mindful of Commissioner Trustee's encouragement for us to not be adversarial, that doesn't need to be a part of it. At the same time, I was thinking about, at Lumen, we work a lot on our culture together and how we communicate and relate to each other. And one of our main tenets is clear is kind. And so we are trying to be clear, and we'll try to be here today about what we think are the right solutions. Not that Lumen is pure nobility and purity, but we're trying to cut through as much as we can. And Lumen does, I think, bring a uniquely full appreciation for the complex balancing act that we're involved in this exercise. On the one hand, we are one of the largest remaining providers of legacy ILEC voice network and retail services in the U.S., predominantly in a large number of Western states. So we understand rural networks and hard-to-serve areas and the difficulty of moving from TDM to IP on legacy networks. But we also operate a large internet backbone and an extensive fiber network. We are hard at work on a core mission to become, among other things, the trusted network for AI. And we compete as a competitive provider inside and outside of our service territory. As for our work to complete the IP transition, Lumen is doing all that it can, like others, to migrate and deploy IP infrastructure and replace TDM legacy infrastructure. But our efforts have been significantly slowed by a few factors. We've talked in detail about those, but I'll just mention two. One is the need to comply with costly and unnecessary 251C interconnection and co-location obligations. And the second is the catch-22 that we've also detailed and other large ILECs have as well, where we have been consistently faced with the demands to accept the TDM LATA base structure and many of the trappings of 251 and 252, where large ILECs continue to be the hub of a hub and spoke system of localized interconnection now for IP. We think it just makes no sense to impose an historical TDM infrastructure on IP. That's not how IP networks work and interconnect, and it unnecessarily adds costs in our view. The standoff that type of insistence on replicating TDM network architecture and IP networks creates is causing a real drag on the IP transition. We think it's clear there's a compelling basis for the proposed forbearance from the TDM requirements by the proposed sunset date of January 1, 2029. We also think it's clear the commission should stand up a new light touch regulatory framework to replace the TDM framework, and that the U.S. Telecom plan, you won't be surprised, is the plan to do that, and has distinct advantages over some of the other plans presented. I'm optimistic for many reasons after yesterday's and this morning's discussion, but one of the reasons is I just feel like a lot of the myths about the U.S. Telecom plan have been debunked. Things like it will take longer to put in place than the NTP proposal of IntelliQuint, that it's 100% about public internet. Those things have already been discussed. Turning back to the intercarrier comp issues of this panel, we also think there's a strong record that completing the bill and keep transition is critical to and a complementary piece to the IP interconnection work. Remaining legacy ICC rules skew the marketplace and create disincentives to keep TDM. We've talked a lot about that and won't go into that detail here. That was covered in the last panel. But we think that's true for the issues discussed on the last panel, and is also true for some of the issues we're going to talk about on this panel. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you all for your introductions. I want to get things started with a more general question. And as the Commission contemplates making significant changes in its intercarrier compensation regime, it will be helpful to get a clearer sense of where each of the panelists' companies or carriers stand in deploying IP infrastructure in their own networks. We've seen a fair amount of this information in the record, but it would be good to get your additional comments this morning. Also, your thoughts with regard to what additional cost your carrier or carriers will incur to complete the transition. And if we could get started, Beth, maybe with you on this process, this question.
Sure. So Comcast has already made the IP transition largely. Its investments are now really aimed at consistently upgrading those networks and increasing speeds and quality. That does not necessarily mean, however, that we're not affected by the continued existence of the TDM network. A lot of traffic that Comcast sends into the PSTN has to be converted to TDM to exchange with other providers, and that imposes additional costs on Comcast. So really think that as long as there is an incentive to be able to collect some revenue from those mechanisms, that may have some impact on slowing down the transition to some degree.
Anyone else? Thank you.
I'm glad to speak on the subject. So our network is fully IP. We completed that transition several years ago. At the edge, it is still TDM, mainly due to legacy requirements for TDM interconnection. And we are motivated to move forward with IP interconnection. However, we want to be very cautious in that the current mechanisms that are in place that govern those TDM interconnections are all based on intercarrier compensation and CABS billing. So we have transport circuits that are covered by an ICA that envision billing for termination and origination. If that termination and origination billing goes away, the upstream carrier will want to renegotiate those interconnection agreements. That's going to add additional cost, to your point, what concerns we have, and mainly it will be around transport. How do we get from our network to an IP interconnection point, wherever that may be? We don't know yet, and that's part of the concern I have with the forbearance piece, is that until we know what that new network looks like, I don't know that we can answer the question of what the actual impact of phasing out CAP ICC will be on smaller operators. We depend on that support. We've built our networks based on that concept. I think we need to make sure that before we put a new network in place, that we've addressed all of these concerns to make sure that we're able to continue to provide services through the transition period and then accomplish the goal that I think everybody agrees on that we need to get to, which is IP interconnectivity. On that point, several comments have been made around public internet being the default mechanism for moving voice traffic. I have some real concerns over that, mainly for accountability, and to Tim's point about, duplicating existing TDM regulation or PSTN regulation on IP interconnect. I don't think we need to do that, but I do think we need the controls in place to ensure that reliable service is available to everybody.
I think I may have taken a little more time than the other folks in the initial part, and sorry, David, if I misunderstood the instructions. I think I already covered what we're up to in terms of our IP migration efforts and the kinds of challenges, the primary challenges that we feel like we're running into. Happy to talk about that more, but we'll leave time for other folks.
So I'll go ahead and take a minute on it. And first, I want to wish kind of AT&T a happy 150th birthday. In March, it was 150 years since Bell first made his call. And we're dealing with kind of the legacy of that. There's copper. There's still a lot of copper through the network. We operate two separate networks, even if there's only a fraction of customers on there. So, as we said, we've kind of moved very deliberately. And I think the biggest challenge for us is as we said, is we're still passing a lot of traffic in TDM, and we're passing it to third parties. So we made a very deliberate and careful plan to try to move everyone as quick as possible. But there's a lot of infrastructure, and it's harder and harder to get parts and fix switches. And I guess the other challenge is really we have a lot of our great techs that are retiring after many years. There's a knowledge base that we're losing too. So I think we're very interested in moving this as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to one of the chief questions we have for this panel, the role of CAF ICC support in the IP transition. In the NPRM, the Commission sought comment on how to gradually phase down CAF ICC as the industry transitions to all IP. In response, some commenters contend that phasing out CAF ICC would expedite the IP transition by removing an incentive to perpetuate TDM networks. Other commenters contend that a CAF ICC phase down would undercut carriers' ability to transition to IP networks. So I'd like to get the panel's opinions on this dichotomy it seems that we have in our record. And if, Brian, if you get started, thanks.
We realize and appreciate the only way we can successfully make this transition is that no one bears an unfair portion of the cost. We understand, hey, there's a history that's grown up, and as Rick noted, there's the country many years ago decided there were areas that we had to support in order to provide service there. So we do think it's reasonable to take that into consideration as you're looking at this. We were an active participant in the U.S. telecom proposal, and we think that that's the right approach, is go ahead and get rid of the inter-carrier comp piece on the schedule the Commission proposed, but extend the CAF, and if you need to call it something else, if you need to call it a broadband support plan, go ahead and do that. If they need support to make the transition, to get those last couple of pieces done, we think that should be part of the plan.
Yeah, so I think irrespective of whether one believes that CAF ICC has been an incentive or a disincentive to IP investment, I think we've heard from everybody on the last panel that the IP transition has really happened already in end user networks, even in rural areas. And we've heard that from NTCA reports. And so now I think, as discussed on the last panel, what really needs to happen is IP interconnection. But I think that's something a little separate that could be taking a little more time. I think the transition to bill and keep for intercarrier compensation should happen on that 2-year timeline, the 24-month timeline that the Commission has laid out. But Comcast believes that actually the CAF ICC, as it is, and as it was created to be, I don't want to say a make-whole mechanism, but semi-replacement of revenues, that's something that should be phased out quickly. It could happen along the same schedule as the ICC transition to bill and keep, whether there is a need for some other help or funding, some explicit subsidy, that's a different question. But I think CAF ICC, the way it's calculated and how it was intended, and maybe it's broader in scope than it needs to be for areas that have already made the transition.
I am going to respectfully disagree with Beth on that last point, and that we need a support mechanism in place before CAF ICC support goes away, particularly for rural carriers. If we lose CAF ICC and we migrate to bill and keep, we've estimated that our average customer is going to see about a $13 a month increase in service. That's just going to drive them to disconnect that service, which again, to my point earlier, is going to lower the contribution into USF, which starts a cycle that I don't think we want to get into. I personally don't think that CAF ICC has been an impediment to IP. WTA has about 80% of their members are either completely migrated or are migrating to IP, 20% that haven't started. I think that's probably due more to environment or cost for interconnection at this point. You know, the logic that we have to invest in an IP infrastructure in our network, but then convert it back to TDM and maintain that separate network is a bit of a roadblock. If we could get the IP interconnection piece solved so that when they do deploy IP in their network, they can go fully IP, that is really where the roadblock is to me. I mean, and we've talked about this, the labor shortages, the skill set gaps that we're seeing today due to the legacy technology. People are retiring out of the industry. Nobody knows how to support this anymore. I would actually argue that maintaining those TDM networks is probably more expensive today than it was 5 years ago. I don't disagree with that, but we don't have a network in place yet that will support it, that would then allow us to ask the question, what kind of support do you need to move to this new network? Transport is a big concern that we have. Roger mentioned that earlier. You know, how the network is designed. You know, one of the concerns I have is if we, put traffic on the public internet for voice traffic and it's a 911 call and it routes to 4 other networks, we're basically connecting to a tier 3 network. It goes up to the tier 3 to tier 1 and it's dropped somewhere along the way. Where's the accountability for that drop call live? Because you now have regulated traffic that we're obligated to deliver, to 911 that traversed a non-regulated network with no accountability in place. That's a real concern. So those are the things that I would like to see in place before we tell people who depend on that, either inter-carrier compensation or the CAF ICC, which was supposed to replace that revenue, make sure that they can survive the transition.
I think more data here is critical, but there already is in the record a number of reasons, I think, to think that the CAF ICC formula is disincenting work to migrate to IP and is insulating incumbent carriers from the financial impact of declining switched access lines. Just a few examples of data to support that. As the NPRM notes, despite the precipitous decline in the share of TDM voice services overall and the driving macro trends of wireless substitution that we're all well familiar with, the decline overall in CAF ICC funding has been modest, from $426 million in 2015 to $330 million in 2025. That's from the NPRM, paragraph 116. So roughly about a 25% reduction. But the decline overall to switched access minutes has been far more dramatic. Industry-wide decline in tariffed originating and terminating switched access charge, this data from the 499 data of the Commission, have dropped from $3.64 billion to about $750 million from 2015 to 2024. So a drop of about 80%. I think that's indicative of something. More fundamentally, if you think about the fact that the CAF ICC was created long ago as a subsidy program, really for TDM switched access costs, I think it's reasonable to question whether it continues to make sense. Can go through the details of that. For us regulatory nerds, it's fun to talk about things like total excess revenue requirement and the like. But essentially, in setting up the CAF ICC and the formula that was set back in 2011, the equation was set up so that essentially, total access revenue requirement, you start with that, subtract slicks and arcs, another access and net reciprocal compensation revenue, and the remainder is what's eligible for CAF ICC, simplifying. That remainder would have included the amounts previously received in local switching support in 2011. And recall that local switching support was even longer and longer ago, support for intrastate switching costs that were transferred to the interstate jurisdiction and then offset with USF support. In other words, in a sense, local switching support was the mechanism that was replaced indirectly by CAF ICC. And so, in other words, the bulk of CAF ICC really is to cover legacy TDM switching costs that are going away and being replaced or should be by IP networks and more efficient routing. So, I think all these reasons suggest that CAF IC can and should actually go away. But as of today, I think it runs about $324 million, about the same level of what local switching support was in 2011. I think that was about $290 million. So, thank you.
Thank you all, and Tim, thank you for the additional detail. That's very helpful. Let's move now to the question of a transition for CAF ICC. The NPRM emphasized a gradual and thoughtful approach to essentially avoid creating regulatory uncertainty or to minimize impacts on carriers. It sought comment on a 2-year, 3-step transition period following the completion of the transition of remaining access charges to bill and keep. That would provide sufficient time for carriers to upgrade their networks ultimately without that support. I'd like to get each of the panelists' thoughts now on the need for and potential duration of a transition period for phasing out CAF ICC, and maybe start at the other end, Tim, with you, if we can. Give your thoughts on the proper structure and duration of a transition.
Oh, sorry, happy to talk about that. And I want to talk a little bit about probably some more details. Sorry, the regulatory nerd will keep coming through. I think, key to understanding how to address the phase out is understanding what really is the continuing need for CAF ICC. I've already talked a little bit about that. And I think, getting a clear record on that is going to be important. And I note that a lot of the record is kind of confusing to some of us on this issue. For example, as some have already touched on, rural ILEC comments say things like, we are largely converted to IP, and then talk about the need to cover IP conversion costs with funding. There are also multiple comments saying that we need to ensure that we can cover the cost of our own interconnection choices, like the choice to use transit, when it's not clear why existing transit costs will change materially given what's already required by those carriers to handle their IP traffic. And so I think it's also really important to when it comes to CAF ICC, to not conflate affordability, universal service issues with ICC transition issues. There certainly are a lot of high-cost areas, and the Commission is looking separately at how best to structure high-cost support going forward. But that doesn't mean that all of CAF ICC is required to keep rates affordable. Again, going to some of the record, there are multiple rural ILEC filings on the record with similar suggested data about the impacts to small carrier pricing and cost recovery. Just taking one example, the Adams et al. Rural ILEC's reply in the ICC proceeding, it describes a median local voice price of $22 with $20.57 in CAF ICC plus access revenues per line, so a total of $42.57. Even if you add the purported lost ICC revenue and CAF ICC revenue to the median local voice, the value is still well below the FCC's reasonable comparability rate, which currently is, I think, at $61.29. So, to me, this all suggests that CAF ICC should not exist as an affordability solution. Rather, it should be kept at most as a transitional mechanism to the going forward high-cost solution, whatever that's going to be. And treating ICC CAF as a transitional mechanism avoids letting it also become a hostage to high-cost reform as a result. So kind of to get directly to your question, David, I mean, from the perspective of all that and the already past 15 years of transitional CAF ICC, and especially when you bake in the further compromise proposed by U.S. Telecom of 11 more years of CAF ICC, and also the proposed exclusion of dedicated switched access charges from the bill and keep reform, which will reduce the impact of that on rural elects and others. 11 years is clearly more than generous, I think, and arguably overly generous on CAF ICC. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, I think the transition on CAF ICC is going to depend largely on how IP Interconnect is enacted. As an example, we did some modeling on NG 911 costs to get to wherever the PSAPs will be located from our networks. We're looking at roughly $50,000 a year in increased expense to provide the transport and the interconnections that are needed to support that. Extrapolating a bit and assuming that the IP interconnect for standard toll traffic would be in approximately the same place, you can now assume that there would be another $50,000 in expense that our company is incurring on services that we cannot increase charges on. And we see no new revenue associated with this activity. That has to be addressed, I think, before we remove what arguably is not supposed to be an affordability program, CAF ICC, but actually is, particularly in our networks, because it is subsidizing the cost of telephone service to our end users. We had it, prior, when the CAF ICC was enacted, we had, inter-carrier compensation that was billed directly, so there was revenue there. Well, that was supposed to go away, and CAF ICC comes in and replaces that revenue, which is the mechanism that it was supposed to do. But the question I have is, okay, over the 11-year transition period, are we supposed to increase cost to the end user, or are we supposed to reduce expense? Which way do we go? Neither one of them is really viable in our networks because we are operating at such thin margins. And we're rural. It costs a lot of money to deliver these services to these customers. We're not complaining about that. We wouldn't do it any other way. We really enjoy what we do. We just want to make sure that we are able to continue doing it.
Yeah, I want to just latch on to a few things Tim said, and I think in terms of, affordability and the network costs, I think you need to have, if there's a mechanism that's going to provide subsidies, it needs to provide the right signals. And maybe this isn't the right signals. In terms of what Rick mentioned before, and maybe, potentially spiraling loss of customers. I understand how that might be an issue, but I don't necessarily believe that that's something that should stop the transition. As we know, consumers are cutting the cord everywhere, not, including in rural areas. We know in a lot of rural areas there is, a good bit of competition from 5G and fixed wireless access. And even these voice lines in rural areas, many of them are transitioning to customer broadband only loops. So I think there are, a lot of other variables here that need to be considered when you're talking about, what type of fund should be in place, and if a subsidy is implicit, like inter-carrier compensation, or whether you're now looking to your own consumers to recover more of your costs, which is the way these modern networks for voice over IP and CMRS operate today, and how do we get everybody everywhere to that point without obviously throwing away those areas that we know may need some special treatment and some targeted support.
want to pick up on a couple of things folks have said. One is, Beth, kind of your point about explicit versus implicit subsidies. We think that's a really important issue, that the opportunities for arbitrage on inter-carrier, because you have a disconnect between who decides how a call is routed and who pays for that call. That's where the arbitrage opportunity is. I will tell you, I have carriers today who, in order to get originating access revenue, a share of originating access revenue, even though all of their other traffic comes to me in IP, pass that traffic through a competitive tandem, get a revenue share, and then we end up paying for that. They could just pass us all that traffic in IP. So if you want to look for, hey, a specific example of what's slowing down getting rid of this, that's an obvious one in arbitrage that's going on. So making all of the subsidies explicit. To Rick's point, if they have an argument that says, hey, we need this, and the country wants to support that, then they should get that subsidy, but they should be explicit, should be clear what you're getting and what you're paying for. On the 911 concern that Rick raised about traffic going over the Ally model or kind of over the internet, I would say that from our perspective on that and the way we're engineering the network, we think there's a dedicated path to the ESI net that's separate. That's it's essentially a local call. A company could choose to pass it over the internet, but that's a specific decision they're making, and that's a more kind of two-session border controllers pointed at each other, and that would be up to Rick or kind of the other companies to do. So that's I want to kind of put that one to bed. It's 911 is not going over the kind of the non-negotiated Ally model. And then the last thing, I think Tim pointed this out, the high cost support is a separate issue. I know the Commission's looking at it. I don't want that to slow down the IP transition and inter-carrier comp. It's a valid issue that has to be sussed out, but it can't interfere with kind of the work we're trying to do right now.
Thank you all, and that issue will be dealt with after lunch. We have a couple panels for that. Last question on CAF ICC. Some commenters have suggested recasting existing CAF ICC support to explicitly fund IP transition costs. And if I can begin with you, Rick, I'd like to get each of your opinions on this suggested approach, and to what extent that different approach would translate into a different structure or different timeframes and durations of that support.
Thank you. I think transitioning to a new support mechanism is the right way to go. As everybody's mentioned, we need an explicit support mechanism for transporting this traffic over the network. As far as linked, I'm going to refer back again to, it depends on end state of the IP transit network. How do we end up doing this? If we, to Brian's point, 911 is going to go to a dedicated connection. My preference from an engineering perspective is we do the same thing on voice because it makes it a more reliable, robust service that customers have come to rely on. But there is increased cost with that. So I would think what we could do is begin by modeling what's the network going to look like at that transition point, what will the cost be to get there, and then just come up with a basic subsidy based on those costs, and then time it based on when whether we think the cost of those interconnections are going to come down. Technology may improve and make it easier to do that or less costly to do that. The IntelliQuint proposed solution is the one I'm most in favor of simply because of this reason. It brings those connection points closer to my network, which reduces the cost. So if we can then design that network the same way. I heard mentioned that Brian's team had come out with another proposal on how to do this, utilizing their existing network. To be honest, getting down into the weeds for a minute, if AT&T was to come to me today and tell me we will interconnect with you at IP where you currently connect today, I would do it in a minute. We would be done with no additional cost. That infrastructure is already there. But because we don't know where we have to go, we can't answer the question. The only safe assumption at this point is it will incur cost, and we need to determine what that will be.
I think for Lumen, we're not religious about the potential need or the lack of a need for a replacement fund to support cost recovery for investment in IP networks. We definitely see that as preferred to continuing indefinitely the legacy CAF ICC revenue streams or the ICC CAF funding for the reasons we've already talked about. In terms of amounts or duration or that kind of thing, I mean, we think it should be tailored to the record, and a record that shows something is needed to address affordability issues. And we just haven't seen that record yet. And kind of a brief side note digression. To that point, I think it's really important to stay laser focused on the issues that are at issue in this proceeding and not. Thought there was a lot of confusion we were hearing yesterday, and I was glad it was cleared up somewhat from in terms of some of the rural ILECs and other types of carriers talking about some of the problems they anticipate with the proposed transition to IP interconnection. They're really about distinct problems that are not really in scope in this proceeding. We heard on the 911 panel yesterday that some purported concerns about the loss of 251C interconnection that really are about BDS pricing, which is not a part of this proceeding, and have nothing to do with 251C, that interconnection legacy. And as we heard on the NERD panel, you can tell I really wish I could be on that NERD panel. We heard concerns about the loss of TDM co-location that are really about commercial co-location needs for data networks. So just really important to stay focused on the record and the issues in this proceeding. Thank you.
Sure. I'll just, Rick, kind of you raised the conditional forbearance proposal we've been working on. Our idea is that we are completely behind the ally model, the non-negotiated, but we are concerned kind of about the timing to get that out generally to the network. And as we've said, we are moving to shut down our network. We've said we're trying to do that by 29, and we want to shut down our tandems at the same time. So our conditional forbearance proposal essentially has us offering a local IP interconnection at the LATA, and then we would apply for forbearance in that LATA. We've been talking about this generally. We hope folks will like it. We think it, in fact, addresses some of the concerns of the rural carriers, kind of about where we would interconnect with you. But it's something we're still working on and trying to get out there. So interested in your take. I'd like to hear that you say, hey, I'd sign up for it today. So I just kind of wanted to expand on that a little bit. We're going to plan to put something a little more fulsome in the record in the near future.
So I agree with Brian on the ally model, and I just think, as he said, the timing of that is not really set in stone right now. It's the phase out of CAF ICC and the bill and keep transition are really separate and apart from that, something that need to happen sooner. Will all IP interconnection be happening in that period that of a 2 or 4 year transition for the whole thing? Maybe not. Maybe there need to be other solutions in the meantime. But in terms of anything that might replace the CAF ICC, I think it's really important that any funding be directed to where there's an absolute showing of need. And there has to be really, I think, specifically defined obligations and timelines. I'm not sure that exactly existed with the CAF ICC in rate of return areas, so I think that would be important. And just a recognition that there are other mechanisms today that providers are taking advantage of to help fund those IP networks, things like the ACAM and the enhanced ACAM and other high-cost mechanisms.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to turn our attention now to the other set of mechanisms that the panel will address today, and that is the telephone access charges that were teed up, modification of which were teed up in the NPRM, where the Commission proposed to eliminate ex-ante pricing regulation and tariffing requirements for all interstate end-user charges, telephone access charges. These charges include SLICs, ARCs, and other charges that you're all very familiar with. So just to get started, maybe starting with you, Brian, what are your, in everyone's perspectives on how the proposed deregulation and de-tariffing of telephone access charges would affect the transition to all IP networks in the near to medium term?
I think we're behind kind of the U.S. Telecom proposal that says, hey, you could do permissive de-tariffing. As we move aggressively to an all IP world, then those charges, die on the vine as far as we're concerned. So we are trying to phase them out actively and just make them an explicit part of the kind of the customer fee. So I think that you want, the one thing to be careful of is if you do mandatorily de-tariff them, and folks have to spend a lot of time looking at older billing systems, reprogramming, that sort of thing, that are really on technologies we're trying to phase out. That's the one risk there as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, as far as Comcast is concerned, it does not charge ARCs or SLICs or any of the other telephone access charges and user charges, but would agree with Brian on permissive de-tariffing for those charges, and anything that sort of moves us closer to companies recovering their costs from their end users and kind of making the markets more even in terms of working consistently the way voice over IP markets work, the way CMRS markets work, and just kind of evening out the competitive space.
This is one of those the devil's in the details questions for me. That cost is already passed along to our end users today. It shows up as a separate line item on their bill. If we're able to maintain that revenue stream in a way that is not perceived as a rate increase by the state public service commissions, I think we could be okay. My concern is it would be seen as an increase because you're moving where the cost is listed. There are limits. In Louisiana, we're limited at 10% per year rate increase, and now we're back in the argument earlier where we have a revenue stream that's going away, and it's going to take some time to recover that. And again, going back to my earlier statement about the concern of the amount of churn this may cause. The reality is, in rural America, people make decisions based on perception for the most part. Actually, that's not just rural America, that's everywhere. And if our customers perceive that we're increasing their bill without an explanation as to why, it's going to cause some problems. So it really will be how it's done. If I remember right, in the NPRM, there was a statement that it could be kept but could not be listed as ARC or SLIC or whatever it is today. That's really where my concern is, the details on how we do this.
Just to echo what Beth said and some others, Lumen thinks it clearly makes sense to adopt reforms to telephone access charges, and that doing so can be another important complementary step for the IP transition. We think that because of the vibrant state of competition in the relevant markets, ex-ante pricing and mandatory tariffing requirements just don't make sense anymore. We think and we hope everyone can agree the desired end state, and by gosh, hopefully we're close, is that where all carriers are truly freed from potential constraints, including state law constraints on voice pricing for the combined interstate and intrastate voice services that consumers purchase, so they can price their services with one simple price, just like the rest of the voice service world. And in terms of the concerns that Rick raised, I have to say I'm about that, how proposed reform could add to the challenges of rural ILECs. I'm wrestling with that still. I think legally, if the concern is that the assumption is that rurals would not be able legally to recover those charges, we think that's not legally correct, and dealt with that a lot in the details of our comments. If the concern is that the market won't bear price increases, well, that's an issue now. You're not obligated to impose ARCs and SLICs, and you can only charge it as the market allows. And so you raise an interesting question, Rick, in terms of, are there other potential impacts in terms, like the need to approach states about issues? Again, I think that goes back to the legal question. I think the way the commission could and should do the reform of telephone access charges, and we could talk some more about that, would prevent states from doing that Lex would still be able to recover the interstate portion of their voice service needs, because that's something the FCC can assure, and by preemption if necessary.
Thank you all. In the NPRM, the Commission noted the widespread availability of competitive alternatives. Again, picking up, Tim, you're anticipating our questions well. To competitive alternatives to incumbent LEC voice service. The alternatives include the ones that have been mentioned: CMRS, interconnected VoIP, over-the-top VoIP, satellite, probably others. Given these alternatives, is there sufficient competition to ensure that voice service pricing will remain just and reasonable if we eliminate ex-ante pricing regulation of telephone access charges? And again, Brian, if we could start with you, that'd be great.
Sure. I mean, I think what we're seeing is, and Tim, looked at the FCC's information and pointed out that telephone minutes are dropping like a stone. So I would say that all of these are substitutes, and it's not even a complete list, that we're seeing a lot of folks move to. So I think there is plenty of competitive pressure out there that would keep pricing down.
Other comments?
I mean, I completely agree with that. I think in a lot of places, even in rural areas, that you're seeing large percentages of areas with 5G and fixed wireless access at 100/20, and certainly satellite. Whether you believe it's the right substitute or not is fairly ubiquitous. And I think I mentioned before, we even see radio return carriers, some of their voice lines transitioning over to broadband-only loops. And, I think that with respect to that churn, it may be, I know it's difficult, and there has to be some solutions to cover what those losses might be, but I think that's something that is probably inevitable.
I have a bit of a different take on this. I think we need to ask ourselves the question, where do we envision voice, what do we envision voice being in 20 years? Is it just another app on your phone, and you use all the popular ones out there to communicate with whoever you want to communicate with? If that's the case, then yes, competition will probably suffice to provide what end users need. But I go back to other uses for those services. 911 is a prime example. And so assume we move to an environment where traditional voices over whatever app the person wants to use, but they still want 911 available, okay? That means the network that supports 911 still has to be there in whatever form it may be. And I don't think the market is sufficient enough to provide the funding to support that network. I mean, it's very difficult to charge somebody for emergency service access. I don't think that would fly very well. So I hate to keep pointing back to the fact that the IP transition needs to be considered in all of this, but honestly, there's 4 or 5 NPRMs that are moving through right now. All of them touch on each other in ways that I don't think we fully understand yet, and answering each one of these questions in isolation, we run a risk of causing damage that we didn't understand. So I think if we just transition to app-based calling, yes, the market would dictate it. Broadband would become the service for most people that is supported. That's a whole other conversation, because now we get into Title II classification, and what are we going to do for that? Because the reality is most of the broadband networks in rural America were built using subsidies for voice products. That's just how it happened. The network was put in place, the copper was put in place, we're able to provide broadband over that, and then we get programs like ACAM, Enhanced ACAM, to provide fiber. They're all, again, subsidized programs to allow us to build those networks. To Beth's point about the move from voice to broadband-only loops, yes, we are seeing that happen as well, but that only happened in our network because the commission took steps to allow that to happen. Prior to that, we were required to charge somebody for voice service. So again, that points back to the voice network has been subsidizing the broadband network that now we're going to turn around and rely on to support voice services, which is somewhat of a circular argument in my mind.
Sorry, just noticed I left my mic on. At Lumen, absolutely, we think competition is thriving and that these different types of services, satellite, mobile, fixed wireless, are substitutes. Consumers, you start with the fact that consumers have made it absolutely clear the technology that they prefer is mobile wireless. Almost 80% of American adults live in wireless-only households. Fewer than 5% of adults are landline mostly or landline only. It's true that there are some places, a few places where mobile coverage isn't robust. There, we think service over low Earth orbit satellites is definitely adequate. Lumen has a new product we're excited about called Connected Voice with Airline that is designed to deliver a traditional telephone service experience delivered over a mobile wireless connection. It's a little box. You literally plug in your old-fashioned telephone, but instead of connecting over a copper wire, it connects to a mobile provider's network. What's really amazing is when you plug it into a Starlink terminal, it works just as well. You literally cannot tell the difference when the backhaul is provided by satellite, mobile wireless, or even a fiber internet connection. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. One more question here on the telephone access charges question. In the NPRM, the Commission proposed a transition timeframe that would allow carriers to de-tariff their telephone access charges either as part of their first or second annual access tariff filings, following the effective date of an order in this proceeding. So what I'd like to do is get a sense from each of the panelists on that timing, proposed timing in our NPRM, and whether that should be, is it appropriate time frame, whether it should be shorter or longer.
I think if you're doing permissive de-tariffing, I don't know why you would limit it to 1 or 2, right? Folks are on a different schedule. We are moving, as we said, very deliberately. But when I first started these conversations with my peers, I think we were ahead of them in some ways. Others are catching up. As Rick pointed out, many of these carriers are well ahead in terms of the transition to IP. We don't think these belong in the IP world in the long run, but I also think that you shouldn't force. If I don't make it in 2 years, do I then not get the opportunity to, or are we just waiting for it to die on the vine? So that would know. You should give folks flexibility to do it when it makes sense for their network.
I really don't have much to add beyond that.
And as I mentioned earlier, the details matter. To Tim's point, there's some legal questions there if we can get those addressed, and if it is permissive and done in such a way that we can maintain, current customer costs as well as the revenue that we need to continue to operate the networks. The timing is not that critical. It's just making sure that everything has been addressed. So.
Thanks, David. I think I echo what Brian said. I think your question really is directed towards a mandatory de-tariffing path. At Lumen, we think the Commission can do what it seeks to accomplish here through permissive de-tariffing. I think if mandatory de-tariffing is adopted, whether it's permissive or mandatory, the Commission needs to ensure that state laws don't prevent the sort of one price pricing that's being sought, and the way to do that is to do it through forbearance, which will preempt states and also just make clear that carriers can separately recover their interstate cost pieces. But if mandatory de-tariffing is the path, we think that more flexibility than the timeline the Commission has proposed does make sense, and we've gone into some detail about what we think would make sense in our comments, but we think making it less rigid than just the 2 years that you're allowed to take steps will accommodate more the realities of carrier systems and the like.
Sure, thank you. One follow-up question. If it were permissive, and that's not what we've proposed, what would be the end date or end state, whatever, of these charges? Just a quick comment.
So I guess from our perspective is we think these charges will go away when we get the last TDM customer off our network. So we've said we're trying to do that by 29. We're hoping to make that goal. and planning to make that goal. So I think for us that would be, but I think when you shut down the last TDM switch, you can't charge those anymore.
Other?
If you want to go back, I think Lumen, we think the timeline proposed in the NPRM will work for permissive detariffing as well. I think it focuses on the mandatory detariffing proposal, but.
Good. We're getting towards the end of our panel. We'd like just to have some closing remarks for the audience here from each of our panelists. Please keep them close. We're coming up on our lunch break. Thank you. Ryan?
Sure. I'll comment on kind of the end of the shutdown. Is the best analogy that I've heard of operating the copper network today is like operating a 100-story office building, running lights and air conditioning, but only having 1 or 2 floors occupied. So that's why we're trying to shut down the network, because we have successfully moved many people off, and we continue to do that, and we hope to get solutions for every customer as quickly as possible. But there are significant cost savings, and you can lower energy demand by shutting them down.
And I can just add on to that very quickly. I think, what we're looking toward here is all the efficiencies that you get with IP networks. It's great for consumers. It's great for networks. And I think it's important to recognize, though, that these networks operate completely differently, and that if you try and impose a legacy type of mechanisms on top of these networks, that's something that is not effective and reduces the effectiveness.
I'll actually segue on that just a bit. Commissioner Trustee's opening remarks regarding complacency and the requirement for a strong regulatory framework to basically enable this transition that we're trying to grow through is a really good point. And I would like to point to an example of why I say that. I don't know, and I'm a bit of a nerd, so I'm gonna nerd out here for just a minute. Several years ago, the internet was reported to be running out of IP addresses. So the bodies got together and developed IPv6 and said, okay, we're gonna implement this. IPv6 still isn't fully implemented, and that's market-driven. And I point that out to say that a market-driven solution to this is not going to succeed in the way it needs to. We need to make sure we have a good framework in place so that all members are meeting the timelines that we need to meet. Because the reality is, if we don't all do this, we're still going to have a problem, just like we do today. There'll be TDM sections within the network that we can't get out. So.
I think I'd go back to where I started, where I covered at the top what Lumen's priorities here are. We think the record is strong to go ahead and grant the forbearance that the Commission proposes in the IP interconnection, NPRM, on those legacy TDM obligations, and that it is a really important potential complementary step to now complete the bill and keep reform, and as part of that, address the CAF ICC funding and telephone access charges. We think that the proposals out there, particularly U.S. Telecom's compromise proposal on CAF ICC and intercarrier comp is really generous. And I'll note, there's been some talk about this, within U.S. Telecom, it's a fairly big tent, and so that proposal comes out of a lot of discussion between very different types of providers, including rural and large carriers, and so there's been support from that from the rural community. I've heard it again in the panels today and yesterday, support of those things. And so I started with good vibes. I'll end with good vibes. I feel like there's just been a lot of positive, constructive discussion, and look forward to more this afternoon.
One last point that Tim put a good list together of, hey, all the different pieces there. You guys teed up one issue that's important, but more of a rounding error, which is getting rid of the last obligations for the grandfathered PICs. Trying to account for that in an IP network is problematic. It's important that you guys get that done, and appreciate that being in there.
Thank you. That concludes our panel. It's been an excellent discussion. Really appreciate and thank each of the panelists for their contributions today. And I'd ask the audience to acknowledge them. Thank you. And now we have our lunch break. We will resume at 1:30.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please go ahead and take your seats. And thank you for joining us for the final session of our workshop. We'll now have reconvening remarks from Commissioner Gomez. Commissioner Gomez, in her time at the Commission, has focused on connectivity, consumer protection, and promoting competition and innovation in telecom. And please join me in giving your attention to the video screens for Commissioner Gomez's remarks.
Good morning. Thank you to the Wireline Competition Bureau for organizing these workshops, and thank you to all the participants who are giving their time and expertise to work through these questions together. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but I'm glad this conversation is happening, and I want you to know it has my full support. The transition to all IP networks is one of the most consequential infrastructure decisions this country will make in the coming years. The networks we build today and the rules we set now will shape who has access to reliable communications for decades. This is not a decision we can afford to get wrong. I support modernizing our networks, and the case for doing so is clear. IP-based services offer capabilities that legacy TDM infrastructure simply cannot match. And there is a real cost to keeping aging infrastructure running when those same resources could be building something else. I understand that argument, and I take it seriously. But I'm also clear about what the risks look like when transitions move faster than communities can absorb them. Right now, millions of Americans, many of them in rural areas, many of them older, many of them with disabilities, are still depending on services delivered over legacy networks. The fact that the market has moved on does not mean every customer has. And when a safety net disappears before a real alternative is in place, people get hurt. I hope we hear from participants about where the gaps are and what it would actually take to close them. We also hope to hear about interconnection policies that will continue to promote both competition and innovation. To everyone participating in these panels, please don't be shy about discussing where the hard problems are. The Commission needs your input to get this right. I look forward to reviewing the record that comes out of this workshop, and I remain committed to an IP transition that leaves no one behind. Thanks again for joining us.
Please join me in thanking Commissioner Gomez for sharing her perspective. So our session this afternoon will have two panels and focus on reforming the high cost program for an all IP future, and we'll be talking about the cost of transitioning to IP and the role of high cost funding in the transition. Our first panel will focus specifically on funding for an all IP future and is moderated by AJ Burton, Associate Chief of the Wireline Competition Bureau, and Scott Lively, an attorney advisor in the Bureau's Telecommunications Access Policy Division. Over to you both.
Thanks so much, Allison, and we are grateful to Commissioner Gomez for her remarks. Thanks to all of you joining us here in person and online for the grand finale of our IP transition workshop. We're thrilled to have everyone's undivided attention with no major sporting events happening right in the middle of our panels. We're also very thankful to our esteemed group of panelists who have agreed to join us here today. Let me introduce them really quickly. We have Douglas Meredith, an economic advisor with telecom consulting firm JSI in Greenbelt, Maryland. We have Nick Rogness, CEO of Golden West Telecommunications in Wall, South Dakota. Jeff Dupree, VP of Government Relations for the National Exchange Carrier Association, a membership association of local telecom companies. NECA provides access charge, tariff, and pooling administration and is headquartered in Morristown, New Jersey, but I think most of you probably knew that. Last but not least, we have Jonathan Chambers, who is CEO of Connexon Connect, which is based in Kansas City, Missouri. And I'm Scott Lively with the FCC's Wireline Competition Bureau. So for the past couple of days, we have heard several panel discussions about the costs and benefits of the IP transition and the challenges of making an expedient transition while safeguarding universal service. Issues raised include the government's role in IP interconnection, how to ensure reliable access to 911 and protect accessibility, and also how to reform and potentially phase out certain existing mechanisms. Now we turn our attention to the high-cost USF program and the mechanisms that provide substantial funding for network deployment and operations. Are those mechanisms
and that funding aligned with the goal of facilitating the IP transition. Ultimately, the question before us this afternoon is how can we ensure that the high-cost fund is facilitating the IP transition in a way that achieves the Commission's universal service goals. So with that, we will dive in with some questions. Over the next hour, we're going to really dig into some specifics. Let's begin with just a few thoughts from each of you on how you see the IP transition impacting the overall goal of universal service. Again, how you see the IP transition impacting the overall goal of universal service, that goal being to ensure robust, affordable voice and broadband service are available to Americans throughout the nation. You do not have to limit your comments to just the high cost fund if you don't want to. It's perfectly fine if your answer begins with, "It depends." So Doug, you're first in line here. Why don't we begin with you?
Thank you very much, Scott and AJ, for having me. It's an honor to be here with my colleagues. Stephen Covey, a prominent management consultant, is attributed to have said, "The main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing." And in this space, in intercarrier compensation reform or ICC or IP reform, universal service reform, I think universal service is really the main thing. And so I'm glad that we have this panel and this session to talk about it. Chairman Carr talked about corner cases. And as an economist, corner cases require corner solutions. And rural service is one example of a corner case. And universal service funding is the corresponding example of a corner solution. Without universal service funding and support for the majority of the area of the United States served by rural carriers, the universal service or the objective of having networks deployed in these areas capable of providing voice and broadband services would not come to pass. We would have large gaps in the country. And so I applaud the Commission's long-term foresight in promoting universal service and making sure that there's adequate support for cost recovery in areas that are very hard to serve, high cost, and low density. And ICC reform, IP reform, and universal service, in my mind, are integral to the effort of moving to this new framework, this new IP framework. And with that, I'll stop and let others talk, and I'll have more to talk about later.
Thank you, Doug. Nick, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. So I thought it'd be helpful maybe to start by just defining what we mean by rural. I represent Golden West Telecommunications. We're a rural company in the great state of South Dakota. To give you a perspective, our service territory covers the size of Maryland, Delaware, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts combined, with an average customer per mile of just over 2. So our average community is about 700 members. And so from a rural standpoint, my comments are framed around that context. And we're not unusual from a rural standpoint. And in fact, I think NTCA's members average a little bit closer to 7 customers per mile, but it is expensive. And this concept of, well, just pass it on to the end users. What end users? In a lot of cases, the cost of the network far outpaces the ability for rural consumers to absorb those costs. And so this concept about affordability and its tie towards universal service is intimately tied. The Telecom Act of '96, Section 254, states that rural consumers should have access to reasonably comparable services in urban areas in terms of quality and rates. And I think from an IP transition standpoint, making sure that rural companies have the right level of predictability, don't incur new costs that are already very difficult to manage, that ultimately get passed on to end users as an affordability. And most importantly, we're on the edge of the network. So it's very difficult for us to deliver traffic to Chicago when you're thousands of miles away and you're on the edge of the network. So I think those are the core issues, And if it's, I'll say, not navigated appropriately, I think at times the rural consumers will be negatively impacted if we don't figure out a way as an industry as a whole to navigate so that we don't create this David and Goliath scenario between rural providers and large providers. So it's a very important concept because what, as Douglas said, without universal service, rural telecom wouldn't work, period. So I'll have more to comment later.
Thank you, Nick. Jeff?
Thank you, and thanks. Is this working? Thank you. Thanks for having me on the panel. Just quick clarification, as Scott indicated, everybody should know what NECA does. Well, I'm pretty sure not many people in the room knows what NECA does. We support more than 1,000 rural incumbent local exchange carriers and has helped the FCC implement FCC communications policy for over 40 years. Through industry-wide tariffing, predictable cost recovery, revenue distribution, pooling, regulatory compliance, and critical data administration. We've helped rural carriers serve high-cost areas and provide economies of scope and scale that these smaller providers don't have on their own, much like what Nick was indicating before. You know, very small entities don't have the same economies of scope and scale to build out their networks, to go to the whole IP transition, dependent very heavily on universal service support. So NECA is definitely interested in seeing that their member companies are well treated as this moves forward. NECA has also worked closely with FCC staff over those 40 years to help implement their goals of universal connectivity, accountability, efficient policy and implementation. Just want to mention that, you know, we will continue as diligently as possible to assist the Commission as they're moving forward to implement their goals in these proceedings, the multiple proceedings that are underway, and trying to make sure that the rural members of NECA, the RLECs, the rural local exchange carriers, are well treated and able to continue to provide the excellent support they've provided over 40 years. Thank you.
Jonathan?
Thanks, Scott. Thanks to my other panelists. Just a word about, you know, it's good to be back. I haven't been in this building. I left the FCC a little over a decade ago, and I think I came back once in that time. So I haven't been engaged in the IP transition since I was here, and I'm not engaged in the IP transition now. So I you know, recognize my role sometimes is like skunk at the garden party. Let me just, there's no reason for anybody to know what I've been doing in the last 10 years, so as quickly as I can. After I left the FCC, I joined a fellow named Randy Clint, who was at an rural electric cooperative. We've spent the last 10 years working with rural electric cooperatives, building fiber optic networks, always in rural America, by definition. I think I agree a lot of what Nick said. Our population density where we build is more like 5 to 10 locations per mile. Tough to get down to 2. Tough to build fiber down to 2, but we have shown that you can profitably build fiber optic networks between 5 and 10 homes per mile, even without government subsidies, although we have been a participant in every funding program that has been a competitive funding program, the CAF2 auction, the RDOF auction, CARES Act, run by other agencies as well, Reconnect, CARES Act, BEAD, the various ARPA programs, and again, agree with what Nick said. It is essential. I think there's no question about it, not just what my colleagues and I back in the early 90s wrote in what became the 96 Telecom Act, the Universal Service Provisions. It is essential that funding be made available in areas where you could otherwise not afford to deliver high quality, in this day and age, high quality broadband to rural consumers. And I'll make one little comment, and we can come back to it. As far as the IP transition, and the question posed to us was, what effects does the IP transition have on the Commission's goal of universal service? My judgment after all these years that it is a sort of a net, small, detrimental effect on universal service. I think the way the IP transition proceedings have rolled out over the years have strayed a little bit from their original purpose. You know, the old thing where, you know, if you start in Los Angeles and you're driving to New York, if you are off by 1% or 2%, 1 degree, 2 degrees, you end up in Cuba. I think the Commission has strayed from a couple of fundamental principles, those that were laid out by Congress, both in 1996 and in 1993, in the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, and also in 1992 in the Cable Competition and whatever, Consumer Protection Act, whatever we called it. Strayed in two ways. One, and then I'll shut up. One, it has not been technologically neutral. Everybody talks about technologically neutral, but most of the Commission's policies are technology accommodating, not neutral. I would say the same thing about NTIA and Department of Agriculture and everybody else. And the second thing is they haven't been competitively neutral. You can't be competitively neutral if you only have one player. There are times in which there is only one player. And when you identify there's only one player, as there is probably in nearly all, but I'd say, all of NIC's territory, then you have to have policies directed to that one player. But when I was here, people would tell me, look, you can't open up everything in competition. What if nobody shows up? What if nobody shows up? And as the Commission demonstrated through fantastic work in the CAF2 auction, RDOF auction, I know they get criticized. Folks show up. Gigabit bids in whatever it was, 90% of the country. Folks show up, communities. I work with rural electric cooperatives. Rural electric cooperatives show up. They don't exist in 100% of the company. So sometimes you'll have to have special proceedings as the Commission does. But I think we have to kind of get back to basics. And I think the IP transition, if I were king, I'd terminate all the proceedings.
Thank you, Jonathan. We are glad you're here. That goes for all of our panelists. Jonathan raises the point that not all of high-cost USF is up for competition, and he is indicating perhaps that is detrimental to the IP transition. We would welcome any other views on that. Please dive in, Doug, Nick.
Sure. Yeah. Competition, the technical or neutrality issue, I'll set aside. I want to really focus on the competition response because competition is an integral part of the development of the modeling frameworks and so forth, and also competition drives a policy decision as to how much support should be given and shouldn't be given in the programs. I'd like to submit a proposition. A proposition is that the existence of competition of broadband services informs public policy, but there's two caveats to that. First of all, caution's really needed to determine the presence of actual competitive presence. The existence of competitive broadband, for example, is not a guarantee of the existence of affordable voice service. And the FCC's broadband data collection is a good example. We have really good data now at the location level for broadband. We have very poor data on the availability of voice for that, standalone voice or voice services in that area. I know the Broadband Data Act doesn't really talk about voice, but it would be really great, I think, for the FCC to have voice data at the location level as well. The shortcut that's being taken now, saying if a competitor offers voice in a state, in the state, anywhere in the state, it's assumed that they're offering voice throughout the state, is a shortcut, and it is not really getting to the proposition. The second caveat is to note, and I know AJ, you're really integrated into this competition stuff, but the universal service is bounded both by availability and affordability. And competitive offerings for service in high-cost areas may suggest the removal of obligations, for example, of guaranteed affordable service. this comes at a peril to the end users. A competitive provider who is not bound by affordability considerations, they're not bound by it because they don't not have an obligation to actually offer services at affordable levels. And without universal assurance that affordable service is required, there's a potential for market failure, where there's actually only one provider offering service because there's no other providers that are in that area. And that is and once that is established, then the one provider can charge whatever they want. And we have some good examples. I think one really glaring example that I want to just note is what we talked about yesterday. In the 911 panel, we had a couple of comments on the BDS service availability of TDM circuits for 911, and the experience that with the removal of ex-ante price regulation on those circuits, because there was presumed to be competition in that area, the circuit prices have gone up, orders of magnitude up. And so the 911 panel and other rural voices have observed this behavior that if you don't have price guarantees or assurances that a provider is there at the ready to provide service at an affordable rate, then all bets are off, and end users will bear the brunt of that. So competitive policy, while important, has constraints, and it needs to be bounded. It isn't just saying, oh, there's somebody there, so we don't have to worry about it, because there are other considerations that need to be taken into account.
Nick or Jeff, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think just leaning back to prior comments about, look, there's a reason why things like CAF ICC are in place. It's because it's difficult to get, I'll say, outside entities to come and invest in rural America. It's just that the economics make it very, very challenging to do. Jonathan mentioned 7. It's just, in a lot of cases, you don't have a solid business case to make that work. So if you have competitive entrants in there, great. The biggest question is, well, how does that impact rates, though? Right? I mean, at the end of it, you only have a fixed number of people in a location, and the densities work against you from a math standpoint. So you either raise rates, or even worse, when you have a lot of competition going on, what ends up happening is you got the same network costs that are there, right, spread across a very, very thin set of users to spread that across. So, look, I'm back to the point of just things like CAF ICC, these other programs, enhanced ACAM, high-cost loop support, things like that. They make rural telecom work. And until such time as somebody can figure out exactly how to bring a lot of competition to rural areas and do it economically that doesn't disadvantage rural Americans on affordability, I think we're back kind of circular argument, back to what Douglas said. So I do think there's room for competition. There is competition in rural America, but it's also a distinct challenge that doesn't exist anywhere else in the United States from just a geographic and economic standpoint.
Just a quick comment, because I think we're ready to move on, but because I echo a lot with what Nick was just saying, is, the thing to just point out is for most of the areas that the companies that are members of NECA and, represented by others on the panel here, most of the time the incumbent was there first. The incumbent was there to have to provide service and was obligated by statutes to provide service. Competition usually doesn't exist right off, and there had to be service to be starting from before you could have competition for that service. So just kind of an aside to what Nick was just talking about.
Thank you, Jeff. Before we do move on, Jonathan, you have anything else?
I'll be quick. Over the last 10 years, again, my company alone has designed and built hundreds of thousands of fiber miles in rural America, only rural America. I and investors alongside me and my partner have invested billions of dollars in rural America. We do so where we compete with subsidized carriers. It's just, again, it was the same thing I heard when I was here. Nobody will do it. Nobody will compete. Nobody will be there. Nobody will. Not until you try. And today, if we don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. I'm unaware of of where voice service is unavailable anywhere in the country. Me, I would not impose a requirement that there be a conversion from TDM, switched voice services, to IP, some version of IP, VoIP, interconnected VoIP. I wouldn't. But it's just not right to say that there's no competition for voice, that there's no competition for broadband. We're all going to sit here and say, SpaceX is not broadband. Me, I don't think SpaceX is broadband. But that's not the Commission's position. That's not NTIA's position. That's not the position of all the state broadband offices. So, we take that position. It's all internally contradictory. I will again shut up, but you can't say there isn't already competition. You can't say there isn't already multiple providers of voice services all across the country. You can't say it. The Commission's data shows it, at least what the Commission says. Now, it comes down partly to definitions. I could define broadband in a way that there is one provider, no providers in lots of parts of the country. I can also define where there's 3 and 4 providers, 5 providers everywhere in the country. It all depends on how you're defining it. It's like a buddy of mine told me once when we were parents of Little League baseball player or travel team baseball players. He said, our team could be undefeated. It just depends on who you pick to play against. You could have broadband everywhere. I think the broadband definitions of the FCC don't take into account that they should be defining for the future. Anybody who tells me that 15 years from now, the length of time of enhanced ACAM, and 15 years from now, 100 down, 20 up is going to be broadband. I don't even offer a service that slow. There is voice competition. There is broadband competition. It may not be the type that the Commission wants, but then the Commission should define it. And the Commission hasn't done so. Right now, the way the Commission defines things, there is voice and broadband competition everywhere. I would let everybody play out their string. I have subsidies, you have subsidies, play it out. But until things get redefined as to the definition of broadband, and again, I don't see the point. I don't see the point in just claiming there's no competition. The Commission is a great institution. I've worked here, I've been in oversight capacity, I've lobbied here. It's a great institution. It has a great job ahead of it. But the first thing, whatever your point was earlier, the first thing should be the first thing, or the main thing should be the main thing. To me, the first thing is definitions. What do you all think broadband should be defined at?
I think, Jonathan, the concept for universal service really should be based on networks. We're talking about funding networks that are capable of providing broadband and voice, right?
That was a little thing we did here. Mm-hmm. We changed the definition. Mm-hmm. We said, we want to fund, there are plenty of people here who were back then with me. We said we want to fund broadband. Oh my God, we don't have the authority to fund broadband because telecommunications is the only thing we can fund, and information services, we can't fund that, and we're going to have to find a way around it. Oh, here's our way around it. We're going to fund networks capable of delivery of broadband and voice services. Mm-hmm. It was just a little trick, the FCC. So sure, fund networks, maybe. Fund homes, fund people, fund communities, not networks.
Let's talk voice for just a few minutes. And I think every panel thus far has talked about voice because that's such a huge piece of this. How do we, if we're going to facilitate this IP transition, how do we make sure that everyone has reliable voice with 911 access and so forth? So currently, as we know, voice telephony service is the telecom service funded by USF mechanisms, and ETC must offer voice telephony to receive federal USF support per the Commission's rules. The service must be capable of providing, quote, voice-grade access to the public switch network or its functional equivalent, minutes of use for local service provided at no additional charge to end users, access to emergency services, and toll limitation services to qualifying low-income consumers. How should we be looking at this voice requirement for high cost if we're going to facilitate the IP transition and safeguard universal voice access? Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, the standalone voice requires, it's the access to the public switch telephone network or the access to the ability to send and receive calls to other people in the networks, on the networks, in all the communities that Jonathan's talking about. And so the voice service is very important as a requirement for universal service. It's right there in 54-101, as you described it, Scott. So the standalone voice is very important because you don't want to have a situation where you have a competitor or a provider saying, oh, I'll give you voice at an affordable rate, but you have to buy X and Y and Z before you can get to it. And so any broadband capable network, if you're saying, okay, well, broadband's the key, that's the marquee service, and we're going to be using broadband as the litmus test, you have to buy broadband before you can buy voice as an app or as an application on top of it. And so you're compounding the charges to the end user, and the end user may not want that that broadband service. They may be just fine. There's a number of them the number of households that are operating, that are living just fine without broadband, despite my confusion as to how that happens, but that's how what the data show. And in that framework, having universal service continued to be the voice service requirement and the other broadband obligation requirements, I think really move forward the federal universal service objectives. And I agree with Jonathan on the concept that broadband in the 2030s is not going to be 100 by 20. And so you have to essentially look at saying, okay, well, what networks are available that you can build now that have the scale and capability to grow into a larger broadband framework, and that's the goal for, I think, universal service.
Jonathan, you mentioned it's all about the definitions. So what changes would you propose, if any?
Again, I am a frequent critic of the FCC, but I'm also an admirer of the FCC's work. In my career, the FCC has changed the world, changed regulation through competitive spectrum auctions, something that Evan Querelle wrote about in 1982, that Congress required in 1993, and then the FCC implemented shortly thereafter. The move to implement the Telecommunications Act of 1996 required a series of proceedings, interconnection, number portability, things that were fundamental to require competition. The kind of competitive auctions for spectrum, the forward reverse auction, that is to get broadcasters to give up spectrum and then have wireless providers, mobile operators bid for that spectrum, sort of a really genius. This was Nobel Prize winning economic kind of work. The FCC has done revolutionary work. I'm asking that it do something here similar. I'm not defining broadband. I have a definition of broadband, but I think the FCC should. I think the FCC is the only agency in the federal government, and certainly this is a federal. I know we like giving it all to the states now. It used to be considered a it's inherently interstate service, but okay. The FCC is unique in the federal government. It's unique across the country. It has certain expertise and capability. I think it should, in a technology neutral way. And if people don't understand what I'm saying the definition the FCC came up with for broadband, 4.1 back in 2010, 2011, 4.1, 10.1 in 15. 25.3. Those are all Those are all technology accommodating. That's to allow DSL to participate, to meet the requirements. The 100 down, 20 up. Those sort of things were to allow cable broadband and fixed wireless broadband to participate in various FCC proceedings. Those are technology accommodating. They don't have anything to do with technological neutrality. So I think the FCC should follow what everybody claims to want, technological neutrality, and define broadband for the future. If you're going to fund things for 15 years, then look out 15 years and say, here's what we need. Because in my time at the FCC, just in my time at the FCC, we had 8 different definitions of broadband. Yeah, 4.1, 10.1, 25.5, 25.3, 100 down, 20 up, gigabit down, 500 up. So none of those are mine, but it's not up to me. The FCC should be, look, I know you put out a broadband report to define broadband every year, and every year it's a political document. Do the real technical work. Define broadband really for the future for the country, and then fund that. Fund Golden West, because they're the only ones that are building fiber in rural South Dakota. Fund them, absolutely. Look, nobody else is coming there to a two home per mile. Same is true in Nebraska. Same is true in Montana and parts of Texas and but it isn't true everywhere. But until you define it, until you define it, then what Nick says, which is absolutely right, and what Douglas says is absolutely right, as long as you ignore Starlink and Kuiper, Leo, whatever that is. It's right until you look at those services. So if the commission decides to define broadband in a way in which Starlink meets the definition, man, I'll live with it. I don't have a problem. I'll disagree and live with it. I'll go back to my home in Colorado where I don't have fiber, where I don't have fixed wireless, where I don't have telephone, where I don't have Starlink either because the mountain interferes.
What would you propose doing with the voice requirement for USF?
I don't think there should be a voice requirement. I think there should be a voice requirement that recognizes you can get voice everywhere. You can get voice by satellite. You can get voice everywhere. So sure, there should be a voice requirement because it's a fundamental part of Section 254 and all, it says telecommunications, advanced telecommunications and information services, sure. And then you take the second step and say, is there voice in rural America? I'd say yes, they could deliver voice. I don't believe they can deliver broadband everywhere, they being the LEO, the low Earth orbiting satellites.
Nick, your thoughts on voice for high-cost USF?
Yeah, so I think Jonathan had some points regarding technology neutrality, and I do think that if there is a requirement, there shouldn't be a requirement that is tied to TDM technology. I think that's not a good approach. I think if an ETC provides reliable voice, including 911 services, it should satisfy the requirement, whether it's delivered over TDM or IP. So, let's say from my perspective, I don't think the voice requirement is an obstacle to the IP transition. I do think that a voice requirement is important. There are cases in which coverage issues and otherwise, yes, you could get satellite service at the cost of satellite service and whatnot, and we're back to affordability. So I just think that from the perspective of the requirement, the commission making it, I'll say, technology agnostic, maybe is a better word.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. The TDM voice meets I wouldn't require you to switch.
I think this is a good time to we have about 25 minutes left, and AJ Burton has some questions regarding costs and savings, specifically with regard to high-cost USF supporting the transition. AJ.
We've heard here and in other panels that moving voice traffic to IP imposes costs. Jonathan, I think we heard from Jonathan, he doesn't think there's a lot of costs associated with that. Doug, Nick, I know Jonathan said that way back at the beginning of the panel. Jonathan, forgive me if I'm misquoting you. Doug and Nick, can you talk about if moving voice to IP imposes real costs and how the commission should quantify those costs?
Yeah, let me give it a try, and then
Can I
clean it up.
I didn't say that the transition doesn't impose costs. It absolutely imposes costs.
Yeah.
I'm saying let them deliver voice however they want to deliver voice. That's different. But of course, the requirements that you upgrade your network, you put in fiber, you get rid of your switch net. Yes, that imposes costs. That's not my point. My point is don't impose those costs. A TDM switch voice, I've been in the industry long enough. The voice quality is perfectly fine. Why switch to my thing? My thing being, I VoIP. I didn't transition from anything.
Awesome.
That's
Sorry to misquote you. Very helpful. Jonathan agrees there's real costs. How does the commission quantify those costs?
So AJ, the costs, I think one of the, as far as the model goes for an IP transition, we heard today, earlier this morning, that Lumen, and I think the other larger carriers, I don't speak for them because I didn't hear them say this, but Lumen said that they don't want to be the hub anymore, the tandem provider. They want to get out of that business and not have subtending carriers off of their Class 4 tandems. So one of the key issues for moving to an IP framework is the transport issue. It's related to the distance issue. Right now, rural carriers have a rural transport rule. So that rule essentially says interconnecting carriers that want to exchange traffic with a rural carrier come to the rural area. And that rural transport rule allows the rural carrier to have a cost containment. They're responsible for the costs in their study area, their service area, but they do not have costs that extend beyond that. The IP transition has the potential to upset that by saying no. Well, in bill and keep, under the considerations of bill and keep, is the originating carrier bills and keeps and is responsible for delivering the traffic to the endpoint, the terminating carrier's location. And in that case, the transport obligation now extends way beyond the rural carrier area. And so that extra cost is really what's concerning. And we talked about that. You heard about edge points, and, network edges, and so forth. All of that is related to extending the financial responsibility of the transport beyond the study area or beyond the service area of the rural carrier. So those are key elemental costs that are, in addition, that need to be addressed by the commission as to how that works. Now that could go into a new Connect America Fund, program, or having CAF ICC, form and be a situation where it's CAF ICC, CAF IP, whatever you want to call it. You had experience with that because when you moved to CAF BLS service, you actually took ICLS and CAF BLS and you merged those two programs together and called them CAF BLS. But the fundamental mechanism is that there needs to be a way to allow for the cost to be recovered. I do note that in the NPRM, there's a statement saying, okay, well, bill and keep is, you charge your end user customer what you need in order to have your network. Then there's a footnote that says, well, bill and keep is really, you charge your end user an affordable rate, and then you use universal service to cover the rest. I would hope that footnote gets into the body so that you actually recognize that, universal service is integral, like I said, and what Jonathan repeated, is that's the main thing. And so transport costs are very big until you identify those obligations during the transition and after the transition. Those obligations are the large item in the room.
That's very helpful. And how can we quantify those transport costs?
Well, you can do a couple of things. One, there are data out there now. There are carriers that are using transmitters for IP service, rural carriers that are using like a Cinch or other transit providers for delivering IP to the tandems, to the PSTN. That information could be offered. You could ask for it and see if it's available. There are other ways to model those costs, because that information can be available. So there are ways to either do it empirically through data gathering and data collection, or through modeling to find out what those costs would be for the distances that we're talking about.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot, and Nick can get you for sure, and happy to have you answer it if you prefer. But so IP is being transited to a point. Voice is much smaller bandwidth than all the internet traffic. How do we think about that incremental cost? Is that the wrong way to think about it?
Well, there'll be, and that goes to the point, AJ, of as to whether the end result is the FCC is envisioning that you're using the internet as the only vehicle. All of the proposals that are available, I think the U.S. Telecom proposal and the other allied proposal allows for direct IP interconnection, or alternatively through a public internet framework. Prior panelists have discussed the concern for like 911 going over the public internet, and the response from AT&T, if my recollection serves, was that, oh no, that would be a direct connect. And so there's going to be a variety of IP connections. It's not just going to be the pipe. I should also note that rural carriers, very distinct from the larger brethren in the room, largely have affiliates that are the ISPs. And their affiliates provide the broadband service, and they provide a wholesale connection to the affiliate. And so you're talking about a structure where the person who's providing the voice service is not the person who actually has the IP pipe to the public internet.
So Nick, how should the commission, we're looking at a cost replacement fund, how should the commission measure those costs or show its work? What can we point to?
You know, I think it's, from a cost standpoint, it's cost to where. So you see these conversations going on throughout the last couple of days about POIs and points of interconnection. And it ties on to what Douglas said regarding the costs change drastically if it's a local connection, or if I got to haul it to Chicago. If I got to haul it to Chicago, how am I going to get it there? I can tell you, as a rural provider, that is a non-trivial problem to solve. You don't have immediate access to middle mile networks like the big guys do. The big telcos, of course, IP interconnection works over their network. They are part of the core network. When you're on the leaf or you're on the edge of the network, trying to get to a place like Chicago is non-trivial. On top of that, coupled are the operating costs of, okay, so we haul it to Chicago. What happens if there's a problem? We have a term in the industry called finger pointing, and what happens is when the call runs through several carriers, because you're on the edge of it and you got to get it to Chicago, nobody wants to take ownership of that issue, right? Especially maybe the larger you are, right? So to some degree, I think to define the cost, you need to define the POI. Where do you want it to be at? Is it going to be a specialized network? Obviously, we've advocated for one POI per state at least. Others and panels have advocated for, look, let's run this over the internet. It works. Of course it works because you're large, right? On the smaller guys, we don't have that kind of access. We have to rely on affiliates, third parties to get us a middle mile network to make that work, which has costs. So until you define the POIs, make it, I'll say, a judgment to say, look, it's one POI per state, then I think everyone can come together and say, okay, the larger carriers are there. The smaller carriers, it's more reasonable to do because you're not having to transport this across the country, right? So it's a good middle ground approach versus routing it over the internet. And the internet as a whole is a best effort network. Well, we've had years of high-quality TDM-based services because it is a private network. So we start putting that over the public internet without the appropriate standards and I'll say the jurisdiction to deal with issues when it doesn't work. And that's a big problem for operators in rural America is what happens when things don't work on the internet. You get finger pointing, and nobody wants to solve it. And if you think that doesn't happen, I would call to attention the rural call completion issues. When there isn't a framework in place that both the operators and the FCC can use to say this is how you should behave. And so I think the cost thing is factored into that from a quality, where do you want us to deliver it? Can we come up with some, as an industry, both the large carriers and the small carriers, come up with a way in which we can meet in the middle? And I think from that perspective, everything locks into place of, okay, this is what the costs are to get there. And from there, you have, I'll say, different programs in place to work through that. And from there, then you can figure out whether it needs additional support or it fits within the broader USF mechanism and how that plays out.
Very helpful, Jeff. Anything to add from the NECA perspective? Awesome. We've also heard that moving voice to all IP reduces costs. If we're doing a cost replacement mechanism, should we be looking at savings on electricity, repairs, real estate if we're doing sort of funding to make carriers whole? How should we quantify those savings? Nick, any thoughts on savings on the move to all IP? Is that something, can we quantify it and look at that as well?
Yeah, so I think that there will be cost savings, certainly to the larger carriers that are decommissioning TDM legacy switching, without a doubt, right? Back to, again, at what expense? So if you're decommissioning a local, back to Douglas's point, a local tandem-based interconnection with a rural provider, great, big win for the large telcos. And then the rural telcos have to pick it up and haul that all the way to Chicago. So I think it's just a careful analysis of, yes, there's going to be cost savings for I'll say the broader, certainly the larger carriers, but as pointed out in prior comments from panels from rural providers are, greater than 90% of us are already IP internally. So it's really that last piece of interconnection. So it's really trying to make that, how much more efficient can you make it from a rural provider in that last 15%? We've already, the existing universal service programs have helped us get there. We've already recognized a lot of that efficiency from a cost perspective. That's already been recognized. So you're talking about the last piece, which is the interconnection. So for rural providers, I don't see a lot of cost savings, frankly. I think you're going to see it in the larger carriers where they can decommission, large tandems and haul things in a more effective way.
Doug, anything to add? Is there any cost savings?
No, I agree with Nick on the fact that the carriers that have already moved to IP have already realized those efficiencies. But the point is well taken, AJ, that you do need to show your work on cost savings and added costs. So that has to be part of the equation or part of the calculation, the algorithm, when you're looking at it. So those because there may be some one-off situations where that there might be a little bit more savings, but so it should be part of the evaluation.
Thank you. Jonathan, yesterday we heard from the chairman, we're looking at an IP transition in the next couple of years. This is going to happen. Following up on your, live in the world that we're going to do the IP transition. What do you think about this discussion regarding costs and expense of delivering traffic in all IP? Your companies and the companies you work with, I believe, generally are already IP. Is there, do you have comments here with respect to the discussion here? Does this, one way or the other, these costs make sense, they don't make sense, the incremental costs with respect to IP traffic?
No, look, it's going to happen. The sun's going to rise tomorrow. It's going to happen too. Government doesn't have to get involved in everything. Government doesn't have to get involved in the IP transition. Yeah, it's happening. It's been happening. My comment is just, I don't think it's necessary for government requirements to switch out voice systems that operate fine today. There's no particular benefit to voice over IP over a switched network. For those carriers that want to, I'm just saying remove the mandate. For those carriers that want to, sure, those geographic areas should undergo some kind of a competitive process. Every other program run by every other government agency, NTIA, Department of Agriculture, the Treasury Department overseeing, everything else was competitive in rural America for the past 10 years. So, just costs, benefits, sure, it's going to happen, but I narrow it. Not, the other thing, we're sort of ignoring is that there has been, the FCC used to be the only game in town for rural America, IP transition or otherwise, rural broadband, rural voice. It's not anymore. $42.45 billion appropriated to NTIA because Congress didn't want to give it to the FCC. Billions of dollars given to the Department of Agriculture. There's no consistency across these programs. All I'm saying is that there's not, maybe there's coordination, but there's no consistency across the government agencies. There's no definition of what you're trying to do. And there's no humility by the government as to what it should do and what it shouldn't do. I'm a big fan of the delete proceeding. The chairman that you mentioned, maybe ought to look at the various parts of this and see whether maybe some of them are no longer necessary because they've been overtaken by events or overtaken by other government agencies stepping on the FCC's patch.
So sort of two thoughts out of that. With respect to the IP transition, I think some of it is no longer enforcing the obligation to interconnect in TDM. So to the extent there's privately negotiated agreements, query whether that is or is not. But let's drill down on B just a bit. You mentioned $42.5 billion. Just wanted to offer the opportunity if anyone else wanted to speak to how we should be thinking about BEAD or not. Don't have to cover this on this panel. I'm sure we can cover it some on the next if that is preferred.
Can I talk about something else other than
depends what it is.
The issue of you mentioned in your colloquy with Jonathan the private negotiated agreements. It's a David and Goliath story. There's no, and the commission recognized this in a question in the NPRM, saying, should we worry about transit providers and the ability of rural carriers to strike a fair deal with a large transit provider? And the answer is absolutely yes, you should be worried about that. Because it's the small guy going against a big guy, and it's going to be their way or the highway. And they will have really no leverage to make a reasonable agreement. And so in that framework, in that context, frameworks and guidelines and guideposts are really absolutely necessary for the commission to make sure that there is a fairness, an ability for a rural carrier to achieve what they would normally achieve under 251, 252 interconnection. But since we're talking about VoIP, and VoIP is not Title II, so therefore now we're talking about private contracts, there needs to be some guardrails on those arrangements, or the rural carriers are going to be severely disadvantaged.
Just a follow-up question on that. Is that true, David and Goliath story? Is that equally true with respect to IP traffic exchange?
IP traffic exchange, yeah. Well, that's what I'm speaking in terms of the IP on the transport of using a
IP data vis-a-vis IP voice.
IP data. Nick, you might have better information on whether you're getting a.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the current regulatory regime does allow or does require that people play nice, if you will. I think, again, when it is a real David and Goliath thing when you're talking about internet traffic, because there is no leverage, and when you get to a point as a small carrier and things don't work, calls don't get transported, and you talk to your upstream, who in turn talks to an upstream, who in turn talks to an upstream, every escalation point above that, you lose less ability to even figure out what's going on. So there's definitely something from a service quality standpoint. I think the commission could say whether it's I'll say a private agreement or folks opt to route it over the internet. Look, here's the standards. Here's what the quality standards are. Because if you don't have a standard benchmark for people to compare against, then there is no reason for a large carrier to listen to a small carrier when there's a problem. It's a rounding error as far as traffic volume goes for them. And so, like, look, it's not worth their time to fix it. So private, I'll say agreements allow you to highlight those in forms of SLAs. So that is helpful. But one of the biggest concerns the rural industry has about just running this over the internet is this issue. So what happens when it doesn't work? And you're trying to work with large carriers who have no interest in listening to small carriers' problems because it just doesn't financially make sense for them. And I get it. I'm not arguing with that. But at the end of the line, when we're talking about universal service quality is a big component of that as well. And so for me, it's very, as my 10-year-old daughter would say, it's very sketchy to maybe consider that the internet will just solve it all. Because I don't think there's a good framework for when things don't work. There are standards, there's traffic that routes, but they're not set, have not been set up. I know there's groups working on it from a standards standpoint. But you could create a really bad situation for rural to large carrier negotiations by making sure that the deck is stacked. And I think that's very important to consider from a commission standpoint.
Thanks, Nick. We heard on the panel just before this that NTCA has proposed restructuring CAF ICC as a new IP transition fund in response to the commission proposing phasing out CAF ICC. I'd love folks' thoughts on this, if any, if folks care to comment on that in particular. Nick, maybe start with you and I believe you're an NTCA member.
Yeah, we're an NTCA member. Look, CAF ICC is a very important. So really, my main concern about CAF ICC phase out is really timing. I think we need to have a clear and concise way from a framework standpoint where the commission can say, here's what the process will look like, and here's the time frame. I think the time frames proposed of a couple years is unrealistic. Both from a, say, standards, from a revenue replacement, from a cost management, when there's a lot of factors unknown. Obviously, you've heard from other rural providers that some of the time frames regarding like the U.S. Telecom proposal, obviously those are things that rural companies can get behind from a timing. You can manage that, just like with the other programs for universal service. It gives us a predictable way to manage a difficult transition. Okay? And doing that in 2 years is not predictable. We're making investments. Many of us have loans against that, and it's very difficult to spin this in 2 years, right? And even you couple that with bill and keep under the access charges going away, and you're going to create a situation that could really negatively impact rural America. So obviously we support programs that are longer like that or proposals that are longer like that because it gives us the level of predictability that we need to plan around these both the costs and the revenue disappearing.
And I have not heard the case yet as to why the existing phase down of CAF ICC, because that's what we're in from 2011, we have a phase down already. I have not heard the case to say why we need to accelerate that. That case has not been made. I think the parties in the previous panel have assumed that it goes to eternity. It's indefinite as far as its termination. The FCC in 2011 in the transformation order actually established a phase down. Yes, a long phase down, but it still was a phase down. As far as working it, and I just need to mention on the incentives. There was a discussion about incentives, of whether there was a disincentive to move to IP when you had CAF ICC. My view is, I don't know how you can have a disincentive with the CAF ICC is already established. It was frozen. The revenue requirement that was used to establish CAF IC was a frozen amount in 2012. You don't get any additional money if you go out and buy a TDM switch now. You don't get any additional money if you go out and buy an IP switch now as well. I mean, it's a frozen amount that's being phased down. It's being gradually phased out. Carriers are using CAF ICC to actually buy and actually put into place IP networks. Universal service money is fungible, and so when you get CAF ICC, you can use that money for network improvement.
So I think one follow-on question we have is, folks have talked a little bit about high-cost funding with respect, it's a dollar question. You've heard it on this panel, here on the panel before this. I do want to talk about our existing funding mechanisms and the extent to which they do facilitate and support delivering voice and IP. And the case may be it's just the previous programs haven't done anything with respect to that, or they may. So, Nick, your company's an EACAM participant. Does that program help facilitate the transition to IP?
Oh, absolutely. It has, and it continues to. So I think programs like, the high-cost loop programs with both ACAM, ACAM2, Enhanced ACAM. We're an Enhanced ACAM company, but before that we were an ACAM2 company. It gives us that predictability I talked about. It gives us the confidence as a company to go take out loans, to buy switching equipment, to move the network forward to that. So I think, in general, it has moved the cause forward in rural America. Because if it wasn't there would be no IP switching at all. But as talked about earlier, 90% of rural companies within the NTCA's membership already has IP all the way to the edge. How did they do that? They did it through these programs. They did it through the programs. On top of the fact of deploying fiber out there, in Jonathan's case, and really making a difference in rural America, they also use that to advance technology, including switching all the way up to the edge. So really, we're on the last piece of this, and the question is, how do we get past that? And that's what I think the last few days have talked about. So.
Other comments before we wrap it up?
Just one on that. I'm a rural carrier too. Only rural. Don't build into any cities. Don't build into any towns. Build to the places that rural electric co-ops were permitted to build to in the 1930s and 1940s. That is real rural. We don't even get the benefit of small towns that some of the rural telcos got to build to because the rural electric co-ops weren't. The problem I have in all the discussion of whether it's, I'm not going to criticize the NTCA proposal, but it's that you've divided rural carriers into rural carriers that get money and rural carriers that don't. Rural carriers that get money because of their history, because they've been defined as an incumbent. Man, cut me in. It's inequitable. It's anti-competitive. That is, I'm competing with rural carriers who get these funds too. I don't. So I make the same point. We invested money. I invested my own money. We participated in every government program there was where we were permitted to. Don't create a special category because of history. Let us participate too. You want to come up with some kind of a extension of I've been around this town and around this industry for 40 years. A lot of what happens is just, these are isolated groups asking for their piece of the pie. I think the FCC needs to take a step back. What I said before, needs to define things. Needs to define things so that it can determine the role of LEO satellites. Needs to define things in terms of the voice, the existence of voice, and whether you consider various other ways to deliver voice to be adequate. Needs to allow carriers like NICS in areas where there isn't going to be competition to have sufficient funds so that it can deliver to rural American households and businesses the type of services that are available in urban and suburban America. That is the core to universal service. It includes broadband. Stop defining it in a way where rural America is going to be left behind again, because that's what has happened in the BEAD program. In the BEAD program, not your program, but the BEAD program has interfered with your programs. The BEAD program, by defining things differently than you do, has interfered with the deployment of fiber networks in rural America. You're going to have to step back up, the FCC is, after the BEAD program is done. So make sufficient funds available in South Dakota for companies like NICS, where there isn't going to be competition. But make sure this is at one point. I've said a lot of shit at one point, which is that broadband needs to be defined to be future-looking. It sure ain't 100 down, 20 up. And once you do that, then proceed from there in a technologically neutral fashion as to what can meet those standards and provide funding mechanisms not for a transition, not from one thing to another, not from whatever, something caterpillar to a butterfly. No, just so that you're going to hit your target in the future. Aim high so that you can hit your target. But it starts with what are you aiming for? Just talking about a transition from TDM voice to voice over IP, I mean, it's not adequate to what Nick is trying, as Nick's company has been doing for years and years, and what my company and others like mine have been doing. We're trying to get rural America built out so that it has the same levels of service that are available everywhere. That's what the electric co-ops did. You get the same kind of, but it's better. You get electric service everywhere in rural America, except at lower prices and higher customer satisfaction and better maintained networks. So,
thank you, Jonathan. Jeff, Nick, Doug, anything in closing you want us to be sure to remember?
Thank you for this discussion. Been very good discussion, and thank you for allowing me to participate. And we'll be looking forward to further discussions on these matters.
Definitely.
Yeah, thanks, AJ, Scott, Commission, for allowing us to participate and get our viewpoints out. I hope that really, I think we can all work together, whether you're a small carrier, large carrier, intermediate carrier, whatever you want to call it, to navigate this kind of complex issue, get a clear framework in place and a roadmap for IP interconnection and routing, cost responsibility, and recovery, and at the same time making sure that all Americans get the same level of service. Thank you.
I would just kind of add that from NECA's perspective and what we've heard on 6 panels prior to ours, the IP transition is already underway, is already being deployed out in rural America. And what we've talked about here somewhat is the key policy question, maybe how universal service should evolve with it. Rural consumers still need a reliable voice broadband, 911, regardless of the technology that's being deployed. NECA's members are investing in next-gen networks, supported in part by federal support mechanisms that make deployment possible in high-cost areas, but rural carriers still face an uphill battle in terms of costs and moving to the IP transition. I think Nick and Douglas have kind of made pretty strong points about the cost for transport and the pieces that go with it. And we hope that the technology may change, but the universal service mission, as Jonathan was mentioned, really remains the same and should be highlighted.
Thanks, Jeff. And go ahead, Jonathan.
No, thank you for inviting me. It was great to come home.
It was our pleasure. Thanks to all of you for a great discussion. Let's please give our panelists a round of applause. We appreciate you all, and that brings us to our break. Please do not run off, because then you'll miss panel 8. Please be in your seats at 3 p.m. for a discussion on updating the Commission's legacy high cost and ACAM mechanisms. We will resume at 3 p.m. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I can tell you're all ready for our final panel. So our last conversation on reforming the high-cost program for an all-IP future will focus on updating the Commission's legacy high-cost and ACAM mechanisms, and will again be moderated by A.J. Burton and Scott Lively.
Thanks, Allison. Let me introduce our panelists real quick and then jump right in. Right to my left, we've got Mr. Rick Darcy. Some may recognize him, Chief Operating Officer of Pelican Broadband, member of WTA, Advocates for Rural Broadband. Joe Bisonet, Principal, Satellite Policy at SpaceX. To his left, we have Justin Falb, Senior Vice President and General Counsel of NTCA, the Rural Broadband Association. And finally, Jeff Landing, Vice President of Federal Government Affairs at Brightspeed and member of U.S. Telecom. So jumping right in, the Commission released a high-cost MPRM in May. We have comments due in a couple weeks. The Commission asked questions about CAF-PLS, HCLS, and the ACAMs, namely ACAM 1, revised ACAM, and ACAM 2. We're going to focus on those programs today, so we're not going to look at any of the price cap USF programs or the enhanced ACAM program. These programs cover areas of, represent about 3.1 million broadband locations. And based on our broadband map, it looks like there's a lot of broadband there already, even if we don't count satellite and SpaceX. Rate of return carriers have done a great job building out under our programs, offering broadband at roughly 80% of those locations, 2.5 million homes. It appears competitors also offer service about 46% of those locations. So in the NPRM, the Commission at a high level sought comment on 3 potential paths forward for these, the ACAMs and CAF-BLS. Update the mechanisms, create a new mechanism, or maintain the status quo, which would include letting the ACAM support sunset. I'll start with Justin. How are you and your members thinking about the best path forward across these programs?
Yeah, thanks, AJ and Scott, and thanks for having us. We're really happy to be here. Also happy to be the last panel. 2 days worth of fun discussions. So NTCA's rural members are the ones who are doing the hard work of deploying broadband connections in rural America, and feel strongly that high cost has been a success. Like you just mentioned, they've done a great job of getting broadband out, and we would love to see the FCC continue that pathway. And of sort of the 3 approaches that you mentioned, we're looking at the best way that we can modernize the program to continue to allow our providers to serve their communities and allow them to recover their investments that they've been making themselves to deploy and connect rural America. One thing that I think is really important to remember is the point of these programs is not to build it and then walk away and just say we built a network, so high five. The point is to build networks that are capable of serving and continuing to serve communities in rural America that otherwise would not be served but for the high cost program. And because of that, and if you look at some of the programs that you just mentioned, that ACAM 2 and revised ACAM, those programs recognize that there's two parts of any deployment program, and that's one is operational expenses and the other is capital expenses. And the proper way, we think, going forward to ensure that we're still able to serve the communities where we're both deployed networks and connecting the communities that we live in and their members live in, is to ensure that there's ongoing operational support, but that also allows appropriate CapEx support when necessary. And I want to tell a story that one of our members told me as I was preparing for this, to give an example of some of the challenges in rural America that broadband providers face. There's a situation called pole popping that occurs in some of the most rural parts of the country, in Alaska and other cold areas, where literally the ground freezes and will pop poles out that providers use to deploy their networks in their communities. Operational support is used to go back in, replace those poles, and ensure that those communities are not disconnected, which is the point of universal service. And without that ongoing support, we just wouldn't be able to continue to serve those communities. So look forward to talking about these issues more, but we feel strongly that modernizing is the best way to go.
Jeff, I'll turn to you next.
There. Now people can hear me. Okay. So thank you. Thank you for inviting us. I will start off by saying that I'm here for Brightspeed, not U.S. Telecom. Although U.S. Telecom doesn't have defined policies on a lot of these issues, although many members do receive funding from these programs. Brightspeed does not receive funding from these programs, but we work with the companies that do, and we share the interest in having broadband everywhere as the goal, and particularly in high-cost areas. So I'd say, in response to your question, the FCC has been on a long transition path since the '96 Act. Before then, high-cost support was done in a monopoly environment through internal cross-subsidies and external support as needed. And I think we've made a lot of good progress. I like the way the Commission has done it. I think it's been pretty successful. I think looking at the transformation order, the key, and it sort of answered your question directly, is we should be defining where we want to be 10 years from now, or when the funding programs that are currently there have, including B, have reached their conclusion in their funding period. What should the world look like then? And then work backwards and define a transition, because transitions are inherently messy. They involve a lot of compromises, rough justice, just trying to get things to where they need to be. So where should we be 10 years from now, or along that, somewhere around there? I think with all of the different funding programs, we can assume, or we should assume, that we largely have full deployment, okay? That said, as Justin was talking about, there's going to need to be operational support, including replacement CapEx. So these networks last, 20, 25 years? That means the whole thing has to be replaced during that time period. So it wasn't high cost to build it in the first place. If it was not economic to build it in the first place, there's going to need to be some support, a much smaller amount than we've been seeing to deploy in the first place, to maintain it, okay? I think that there should be one subsidized provider in each area. I think that was a good call. Subsidized competition just drives up the cost and doesn't really do anything helpful. I think that the support should be the same for providers without regard to their size, their legacy, their technology. I mean, you're the provided carrier of last resort or provider of last resort. I think ongoing support should have obligations that are technologically neutral, although recognizing the scalability and durability, longevity are important characteristics, along with speed, usage, latency, et cetera. And as has been the case in some of the programs, on a periodic basis, the providers that is there should have the opportunity to exit the market and say, okay, this isn't working even with the support. I need to go a different direction. And then we would have to find a way to replace them. But that's, I think, what we should be looking at in the future. And then the answer to your question is, when we define that, we can figure out how to get from here to there.
Thanks, Jeff. Rick, what are your thoughts on the next steps the Commission should take across these programs?
I'm gonna touch or tail in on what Jeff said. I like his idea of we need to stop for a minute, I think, and look at where do we want to be. You know, most rural operators and probably larger operators too, I know from my company specifically, we think in years in terms of 20 years. Most of our funding is based around a 20-year loan. You know, it's just the way the mechanism has always worked. RUS was based on that 19-year depreciation life cycle and all that. I would love to see the commission give a plan for where they want us to be in 20 years. And then from there, we can work, as Jeff said, backwards into what the cost is going to be to build that network. And when I say a network, I'm using the term network intentionally. I don't want to use the term broadband. Broadband is a service that rides over a network, but it should not be the end goal. We don't know what the end goal will be. We have no idea what's coming. We have no idea what technology is coming. You know, 40, 50 years ago when we were putting copper in the ground, we could have never envisioned fax machines and transmitting images over, you know, copper pair or DSL service to rural America. We just couldn't have. We didn't let that stop us from putting the network in the ground. So let's focus on scalable networks that will provide the ability to innovate for the next 30, 40, 50 years, and then build support mechanisms to take care of that.
Finally, Joe, what are your thoughts here? What should the commission be looking at? What's SpaceX?
Sure.
What's the view from space?
Yeah, well, you're going to get a little bit different view from me than I think the rest of the panel, and presumably that's why I was invited to participate. You know, our view is that all of the programs in scope of this proceeding should be phased out. You know, that there should be some plan adopted to sunset them. Like, it is simply the fact that there is now unsubsidized broadband everywhere, right? And the government has invested for decades in subsidies to try to achieve universal access and made a lot of progress, but like never quite got there. But we're there now. And, you know, affordable, high-speed, low latency, low Earth orbit broadband is ubiquitously available throughout America. You know, and of course, I'm referring to Starlink, but it's not just Starlink. Amazon Leo has stated that they're going to initiate commercial service sometime in 2026. You've also got Blue Origin and Logos building out Leo broadband constellations. And it's not just satellite, right? Like in the rulemaking notice, the commission noted that in the areas receiving support under these programs, a majority of locations have terrestrial unsubsidized competitors, right? Like if we're trying to build a path to the future is clear. There is universal broadband access throughout America, and it is rapidly growing more and more competitive. You know, these outdated subsidy programs are no longer useful or needed. You know, high cost was intended to remedy a market failure, but moving forward, it is increasingly going to create its own market malfunctions by deterring efficient competition. And additionally, like there are multiple aspects to promoting broadband adoption. You know, access is one of them, affordability is another, and education. You have only so many resources to allocate among these different pillars. Right now, you know, the federal government is overinvesting in access, and some of those resources could be shifted and have more impact if they were dedicated to affordability and education. So, you know, I think our view is pretty straightforward. It's time to adopt a plan to wind all of this down.
Thank you, Joe. So in light of the fact that BEAD dollars are rolling out, Rick, you were just telling me a few minutes ago you've already begun construction on a BEAD project. You also have funds from state and other federal programs. A substantial amount of broadband has already been deployed, as Joe was just saying, even in the highest cost areas. So how should, Joe, I think you've kind of spoken to this already, but let's hear from the other panelists. How should high-cost USF fit into this picture going forward? Does all this other activity change the role of the program? Justin.
Thanks. So I think the underlying question of how this fits in the program goes to what both Jeff said, but we heard in the last panel about defining what we need to be doing. And I think when you hear SpaceX or others, it's really SpaceX right now, but potentially others come in and say they can provide broadband everywhere, I think you need to look bigger picture at what actually the goals of both Congress are and what are they actually providing versus what are the obligations of universal service that they need to be meeting. So if you look at 254, we need to have rural areas need to have the same reasonably comparable service that has both quality and rates to urban areas. I think that's a pretty understood concept. But then if you look at what the definition of universal service is, and with the help of our friends at the Supreme Court in Consumers Research, the other aspect of that is we need to be looking at supporting a service that a substantial majority of Americans subscribe to in order to achieve the goal of universal service that Congress set out. And right now, what the average, according to Ookla at least in their most recent report, the average service that's downloaded or used in America is 300 down and 57.5 up. It's 305 down, 57.5 up. So I think the debate, if you're going to say that broadband is ubiquitous everywhere, are you talking about 120? And if you're Starlink, are you talking about, according to Ookla, where you can only provide that 44% of the time based upon your May report? You're also running into the problem which the FCC has seen in a fixed wireless world in the past, where you had fixed wireless providers say that they are technically able to provide service over a large area, which is technically right. But as soon as you have one or two people subscribe to that service, then they're no longer able to provide service anywhere. In a SpaceX world, if you have more than a few people signing up in their service in a community, we all know, and they're the first to acknowledge the service degrades, and you see that because they have high demand surcharges for customers who sign up in local geographic areas. So I think the question that the FCC needs to be looking at is, what are we trying to define as we go forward in high-cost programs? And NTCA thinks that you need to be defining the service that meets statutory obligation, which is both reasonable quality as well as what actual people throughout the country are doing to meet the Supreme Court's statement of what we need to be supporting, and build it from there. And if you're taking that, then there's definitely more work to be done, because not everyone in rural America is able to access the same speeds that are substantially subscribed to by the majority of Americans.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So I think Justin hit upon an important concept of comparability. There is a place for low Earth orbit satellites. There are places where that is the best solution. But I don't think, at least based on their filings, they necessarily want to sign up for the obligation of providing ubiquitous service at the same levels that are provided in urban areas. Imagine in 1997, we all had access. We had ubiquitous access to the internet through dial-up. And if we decided we didn't need to do anything then, where would we be now, right? Rural areas would be still using dial-up, the most high-cost areas. And there's some fundamental physics involved that, and I'm not an engineer, so I could be getting this wrong, but as I understand it, a low Earth orbit satellite has a lot of capacity, like 2 gigahertz or something like that they can use. That's about the same amount of equivalent capacity that is in a last mile fiber link. The difference is that fiber link is shared by one person. The satellite is shared by many. So in areas where there's very few people using the service, it's going to be pretty darn fast. But in areas where there are more, it's not. And a lot of the very high-cost rural areas still have a fair number of people in them within the range of a satellite cell, which is, it's bigger than a wireless cell, which is bigger than a Wi-Fi cell, right? The networks are fundamentally the same. It's fiber to a cell of some size, right? The legacy high-cost programs, which you did ask about, they're what's left of the internal cross-subsidies. So that needs to go away. I don't know how much of the networks that are out there will need support. And satellite will be present. In some places, it's going to be what we're going to want to rely on. But I do think locking things in at particular levels and saying, well, what we have today is good enough, would be a bad idea.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I feel like I probably should respond to some of that.
It's your turn.
And it is interesting to hear the arguments coming, like particularly from NTCA, because, interestingly, a number of years back, they published a study that they had funded from some consultant that had, I think it was related to RDOF or another program, basically indicated it would be literally impossible, even with 12,000 satellites, for Starlink to support even a fraction of the number of customers we are actually supporting today, right? Like, the simple reality is the legacy providers do not understand the technology at all. We are currently supporting millions of customers in the United States. The capacity is growing rapidly. Like, our total network capacity has grown exponentially for years now, and it's got a long way still to go. Like, SpaceX is launching roughly 100 satellites per week and has been for a year and a half, 2 years. And the commission, I think, acknowledges and has been extremely supportive of the potential in the future of LEO broadband. We have seen over the last year or so just a series of decisions intended to support gigabit speed satellite broadband, modernizing the satellite spectrum sharing rules, the satellite procedures, opening many gigahertz actually of additional spectrum for satellite use. And SpaceX is in turn upgrading all of our systems. We are introducing a V3 satellite, which actually the very first ones, if the schedule sticks, will be launching tonight. Those will just be for system testing and will demise shortly thereafter. But point is that we will be putting V3 satellites into service pretty soon. Those represent like a 10x increase in capacity per satellite. They use not 2 gigahertz of spectrum, but 40, right? And this is the rate at which the development of satellite broadband is advancing. And again, this is not going to be merely the SpaceX show for much longer. You will see competing providers. It will be, broadband competition also on a ubiquitous basis. So I think, when you talk about locking into one thing and not seeing the future development, I think that's sort of what you've been getting from these programs. You fund one provider in a location and assume that competition will never arise, a market will never arise. I don't think that's the way to go.
Y'all are doing a nice job of anticipating our questions over here. Are there other thoughts on this? Go ahead, Rick.
I will just, again, I'm going to reiterate the point. Broadband should not be the end goal. It is today because that's what works today and that's what the demand is. But if we don't have a little bit of forward thought, we're going to be right back in this same room having the same conversation in 10 years because some new technology came out that requires some infrastructure that we didn't have the forethought to build today or fund today. And I'm not saying that fiber is necessarily the answer for that. There may be another technology that comes along 10 years from now. I don't know. I just don't want to focus solely on one service. I want to focus on building networks that provide scalability and provide innovation for this country. Because that's, to me, is the win. Our job today is to provide communications. Next week, it may be provide personal AI to every person in the country. I don't know. I mean, and that's the point I'm trying to make is, SpaceX, Starlink, it's a great technology. We use it in our own network. It provides coverage where we cannot get coverage in other areas. However, telling people that live in rural America that you are only allowed to have this product because of cost, but if you move to urban America, you can have these other options. That, to me, goes directly against the intent of 254B. And that should be front of mind.
Thanks, Rick. It sounds like we've got a lot of interest in satellite and Joe's product. But I want to highlight an area of agreement. I think I heard Jeff say satellite is right in some locations, and I saw Rick nod. So maybe we drill down and talk about how one would define where that is and the way the commission should think about that if there's agreement there. So let's start with the iconoclast, Jeff Landing, talking about satellite being right for an area.
I think current programs actually make a good attempt at that, and Starlink participates in some of the funding programs today. I think that where a technology or a provider can provide the desired speeds, usage, right? Not just go with full, basically unlimited usage at the defined comparable price, which is fairly low. Current Starlink users cannot use anywhere near the same amount of capacity and at anywhere near the same price today without some of the support. And that's what the support's going for. It's an affordability approach. I agree with Joe that their economics are different, but the bottom line is satellite largely, none of the providers to date want to provide unlimited usage at the same price that is being required of terrestrial providers in high-cost areas. If they can do that, if they can meet that, great. They should sign up for it.
I'll kick it to Rick before giving Joe a chance, just because he also nodded along. He may have thoughts that Joe will be able to respond to with respect to where is satellite right? How should the commission think about the locations where satellite is right?
I think as a whole, we need to determine what the most is we want to pay for a product and define that product as connectivity. So let's set a cap on physical connectivity to a site, fiber, as an example, just to use something for argument's sake. If a location exceeds that average cost, now it becomes the choice of the provider whether they want to participate and provide service to that location at their own cost. They can subsidize the difference, or look at an alternate technology. But it's based on economics of scale and the ability to provide that better service. Joe's point about affordability, it made my eyes go up for a minute, because I'm not accusing, but it sounded like the premise was, let's stop funding these fiber networks so that SpaceX, Starlink can take advantage of subsidies to make us more affordable. That's really two sides of the same argument here. The goal, I think we're all shooting for the same goal, which is to provide America with the communications network that they need. If somebody opts to live in an area that is prohibitively expensive to build, they made that choice, and knowing what they know today, I find it hard to believe anybody would move to the top of a mountain and not understand. They're probably not going to get fiber optic cable up there. That's just in the decision. So they somewhat made the decision for themselves to go with an alternate technology. But I don't think we should say that if it costs $2,000 to deploy fiber to that location, well, that's too much. Let's just go with a broadband solution today. And again, that's broadband only. That's not whatever it may be. I've actually looked at Starlink myself to see if I could use it for middle mile transport, and there's some limits there on the technology side of being able to pass multiple VLANs across it and do the things that we do with our networks today. It would be a great use case for that. I mean, it really would, because it would allow me to reduce my cost to provide service to people who are in islands of service. So I'm not arguing necessarily against Starlink in its places where it makes sense. I just don't want to use a very old term, throw the baby out with the bathwater because we determined that Starlink's a new shine.
Joe.
I'm hearing a lot of Starlink competitors wanting to decide where using Starlink is appropriate and wanting regulators to decide where using Starlink is appropriate when there is a market there that can make decisions. Competition is the right way to allocate resources. Let consumers make the decision. And it is one of the reasons that we would favor affordability programs, because it's much easier for those to be technology neutral. You let customers decide what service they want to use, and then you can apply a cost subsidy of some form. It lets the market determine where is appropriate to use Starlink versus deploying fiber, right? Like, where you can have a competitive market, you don't want to have government deciding who gets to provide what service where. And I think precisely for the reason you're hearing here of you're going to have a lot of people with a financial interest in what the answer to that question is, doing everything they can to influence those regulators, and you're going to get decisions that aren't necessarily what's best for consumers, best for the public. If you can have a competitive market, have a competitive market. And here, this is a case where you can have a competitive market.
A follow-up question to you, Joe. I think you heard Jeff mention before there's density considerations. Is that a maybe I should just let Jeff ask is it a factual?
I was not suggesting the government should define things in the sense of where things should be. I was actually suggesting that Starlink should decide that by signing up to provide the unlimited capacity at the whatever price, we'll call it $60, or whatever the current obligations are, to users, which they won't sign up to do. Their product today doesn't provide anywhere near the amount of usage. The speeds don't reach the same levels. I mean, it's a great product. It'll get better. And what we're talking about is basic physics. The amount of spectrum that's available in a low Earth orbit is not infinite. And in terrestrial alternatives, that same amount of spectrum is there and it's not shared, or it's not as shared. And so if usage keeps expanding the way it has been, it is probably the case that most of the areas, if we're going to get comparable service, a LEO operator like Starlink is not going to sign up to provide the same product in the market at the same price. And if that's what we decide should be available there, because statute said comparability, then probably Starlink will decide not to be the provider of last resort in a number of areas, is what I think.
So I guess Joe's framing the question, Jeff's framing the question you, Joe, is like, where can you provide unlimited broadband to, is there a density threshold?
Yeah.
Like, what are the factual bases we should look at this? Or do you like Jeff's proposal?
It's on the density question, it's just complex to answer. And I think, it's not easy to give just a simple, people per square mile answer to it. And, SpaceX did provide a response to one of these studies that discussed, provide a bit of detail on kind of how to look at that. In terms of, you can serve so many customers per beam, right? And that beam may encompass a broader area than like a square kilometer, a square mile, and you may have varying amounts of density in different parts of that area. But I think there are a few add-ons to that to think about. One being, we were for some time restricted by rule to one user beam per area, and the Space Bureau and the Commission, made the very wise decision a couple months ago to revise those rules. And so, SpaceX and other satellite providers could now potentially put 4 or 6 beams down, overlapping, to serve, multiply how many customers you can serve per area. There's also, this is somewhat determined by beam sizes, and that is something that evolves over time. Like, as I mentioned, we will be starting to deploy V3 satellites. They will have more and smaller beams, so that will significantly change the densities that can be served. And it is also somewhat, particularly once you get to a scenario where you can have overlapping beams, it's a matter of how many beams can you bring to bear regionally. And there is a dynamic aspect to that where, like the system can recognize where there's heavy demand, drop more beams on it. So all of which is to say, there's not a single simple metric that we could use to answer that question. But the capacity for Starlink has been growing exponentially. It will continue to. We don't think that this is really that big of an issue, particularly in kind of low density, what the high cost areas are typically, fairly low density. We don't think that would present an issue to serve these customers. Just one other point to respond to Jeff, like, is it true that today a fiber network is going to give you more bandwidth and performance than Starlink, for instance? That is true. But again, the satellite speeds have been increasing very rapidly, and you also do have to consider in some of these areas that fiber might only be there because the federal government paid $10,000 for it to be there. It's not really a fair comparison to say price for performance, is it comparable, right? Okay.
Justin looks very eager to speak.
I just think the question that the FCC and others are going to have to decide is, what do we want in rural America? Do we want rural America to rely on satellite? And if that's the case, that's a choice that certain people, whether it's Congress or the FCC, are going to have to decide. And like everyone else said, and NTCA has argued that we think these programs should be tech neutral. And there is certainly a point where LEO-based services are the right opportunity, and there are subscribers right now who do it. I think the question that is going to come down is, if you look at what Congress has in the past wanted rural America to receive, it's a substantially similar, reasonably comparable service, which includes things like voice, which Starlink does not offer. And are we going to leave people behind? If we're in a world where, for example, AI requires significantly higher upload speeds that LEO-based services just cannot offer because there are constraints without moving around the amount of, or allocating the amount of bandwidth they're putting download to upload, those are challenges and questions that the FCC is going to have to decide. But I don't think that was the goal of 254, which is to ensure that people in rural America are having access to the same situations. And, I think to Joe's point, they have improved the service, that's great. But they've also been claiming the service is going to improve with V3, going back to when I was in a different role here at the FCC, and Starlink came and talked to me about how those were going to be launched in 2023. So I think that the possibility is there, and it'll improve the service for some, but do we want to give away rural America to satellite and have no facilities-based service and no facilities-based voice? I don't know that that's the policy cut that ultimately Congress has asked the FCC to do. And I think it's something we have to keep in mind of the services that need to be supported for all of rural America. LEO is a part of it, but I don't think it's eliminating rural providers who are deployed fiber in their communities who are serving those communities.
Yeah. Thanks, Justin. Just drilling down on a piece there, you said, Jeff gave us a sort of theory, Rick gave us a sort of theory where satellite should serve. You mentioned satellite should serve. How should the commission, if the commissioner you agree, hey, there are certain locations there, right? What are the locations? How should the commission think about that? Do you have a way, a framework for what those locations would be?
Not to me or
Justin, I'm sorry if I said that wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a question, and one way to look at it might be the way that BEAD looked at it, where there was a certain cost, where it was just too much money to deploy fiber. Rick mentioned it a minute ago, and Joe mentioned it too. There are areas where it's very expensive, and we probably don't need to be spending, $100,000 to deploy fiber to a local community. There are areas in Alaska, for example, where Starlink works great because it's extremely expensive and hard to deploy. But I don't think that, without making an analysis of the pros and cons of both, that we should be just eliminating the benefits and the obligations that local providers in their communities are serving, to Jeff's point of sort of the carrier of last resort. It's like they're in the communities, they're available, they're there. There's no risk of them deciding not to serve that community or having too many people come in and no longer being able to complete a 911 call or a voice call. And that's something that 254 requires and the FCC needs to consider.
Rick, I see you wanted to add.
A couple of follow-ups here. To Joe's point about affordability, all of these programs have been all about affordability. That was the whole premise behind all of the high-cost support, was to provide services to people at an affordable rate. And that's what the commission did. They defined what that was and told us what to do, and we built the network, and that's what we're doing. Second point, competition with a single provider. If you only have a single provider in an area, that's not truly competition. I mean, if Starlink is the only thing available in rural America, there's no competition. There may be between LEOs. I don't know that that's a fair. That's not technological competition. It's basically business at that point. But one of the things that has been running through my mind is, in my network today, I have technicians who live in the community, and there's a problem with somebody's service. We go to their house, we take care of it, we fix it, we make sure they're working the way they should, and we go home, and they're working. I haven't seen that option from Starlink, so I would really be curious how they envision support, which is part of what we do and part of making sure that the customers can use the technology that they use. How will that work when Starlink is not deploying facilities-based anything, to Justin's point, aren't locating repair teams in areas to help customers, to take care of the needs of the people? So.
Joe, I heard a couple questions. I'd highlight Rick's question regarding text, and I will highlight Justin's question about voice service and questions
Yeah.
about how the commission should think about it. And I may be missing others. If there are,
Yeah.
please answer.
Well, I'll take the last one first, which is about, the tech support side of it. Starlink does not, in fact, have tech teams deployed all, around the communities where we sell our service, because it doesn't need to. Because, the service is controlled by satellites at 350 to 450 kilometers above the Earth. And it does go back to gateway sites where we do have technicians, right? What gets put at a user's house is extremely simple. And if it breaks, you can replace it. It's not that expensive either, right? You plug it into the wall, you do a little configuration on your smartphone, you've got internet, right? There's nothing you need to have teams of local technicians around to go run out and fix. That's part of why it is an efficient solution. On the voice question, it is the case today Starlink does not have voice as part of our offering. But I think, I would argue having voice be the driver of policy for these programs at this time is very backwards looking, right? Like it is the tail wagging the dog. I think the figure is something like 80% of Americans today rely on mobile voice only. And I think that, something like 60, 70% of mobile traffic goes over Wi-Fi, right? So like your average voice call in America now is mobile VoIP over fixed Wi-Fi. The idea that you have to continue to maintain these legacy services that have been around for decades for voice, even if it doesn't make sense in terms of like broadband policy, broadband competition, it just seems silly. But I will note, on that front, like the market trend in terms of like skating to where the puck is going is communications service providers all want to provide converged services. So like fixed and mobile, voice, data, whatever else, right? That's what a lot of providers do already. I think that's where most others are trying to go. It's public knowledge that SpaceX spent a lot of money to purchase spectrum to be able to provide mobile service. We've already deployed some kind of like a first-gen direct-to-cell service and have an application before the commission to launch a constellation of second-generation direct-to-cell service that will provide mobile broadband and voice. And that's not uncommon. Like in our business, Amazon Leo similarly went out recently and spent a bunch of money to get spectrum for mobile service. I think Rocket Lab just recently announced it's purchasing Iridium, right? Like this is where the industry is going. And again, like some of these questions are very backwards looking. And I think if the idea of this proceeding is to define a future path, you should be looking at where is all this headed.
Jeff, your company may have done some thinking around the voice question here, perhaps with respect to service discontinuance. I don't know if you have thoughts with respect to voice, what the commission should be looking at with respect to voice, whether you have thoughts to offer here or not.
Well, at least in the short term, I think the commission's constrained by the statute, which defines voice as the service to be supported. So you have to work with that. You can't just throw that away. Now, in the long run, could we redesign things? Can Congress redesign things so that voice isn't relevant? Yeah, they could. Maybe they will. Although a ubiquitous voice network is a valuable thing, there are places where you can't use mobile wireless to access. Satellite is a good thing. Satellite providers probably will be providing voice at that point. One thing I did want to respond to, when I joined the commission back in the 90s, we heard constantly that various wireless technologies were going to catch up and equal wireline technologies because they were having all these technological improvements and these electronics improvements. which they did have. But those technologies and those electronics also worked on wireline. And so the gap never closed. Wireless will get better, satellite will get better, but it will never catch wireline in terms of what can be delivered.
Thanks, Jeff. I think one additional thread I know I'm hogging the mic, and the LEO questions were intense and awesome, so thank you for all the robust discussion. There's this question of how to measure skating to where the puck is, defining future service, et cetera. Joe, last week I think we saw announcements, applications for many, big number of satellites. How should the commission, think about the future of satellite capability? Like, how can we ground that in ways we can make policy, holding up to judicial challenge, et cetera? What are some facts we can use to think about the future of satellite service?
So the kind of what you're getting at is if you were to adopt a policy now, trying to anticipate what would be there over some period of years. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I think I would start from just where is it at now, right? I think Starlink has progressed quite a lot. The speeds have increased substantially. I think there was, I can't remember if it was Justin or Jeff had made a reference to some of the, like the UCLA data, as of, I think I have a note, as of first quarter this year, median speeds, like downlink is 127 megabits per second, uplink is 21.46, so it's above the 120 standard. But I think you can look at the graph of where that's gone over the last, say, 2 years. And I think it's fair to extrapolate, right? We are launching a lot. We are getting a lot of new technology into the system. We're getting a lot of new spectrum. We are seeing substantial improvements. Again, thank you to the Commission and the Space Bureau in kind of continuing to evolve the space rules and regulations in ways that will facilitate continued steady growth of LEO broadband systems. I think it's hard if what you're looking for is sort of a firm, clear number of what's the capacity going to look like 5 years from now. I don't think I can project that. I don't think necessarily anyone can. But I think you can at least start from the baseline of where it is today and feel confident there's a lot of rapid growth still in front of it.
Let's talk a little bit about not just program coordination, but we want to ensure that the support is going where it's needed most. You have locations where a carrier provides service without support from a government program, locations where a carrier has an enforceable commitment to deliver service under a program other than USF. So, Rick, your company is EACAM. EACAM recipients are not required to deploy broadband to locations where there is existing 100/20 broadband. In addition to voice, Commission also declined to provide EACAM support to locations where another carrier had an enforceable commitment to deliver service. So do you think this is a helpful framework for all of high cost if we're going to try to ensure that the funds are coordinated and properly targeted?
Thank you for that. I want to touch on something you mentioned first before I answer that question. Support goes where it's needed to help do what it needs to do, and that's the goal of the Commission. From what I'm hearing from Joe, there's some concern over the fact that the federal government or the government is involved in allowing providers to deliver service, and I would argue that SpaceX and Starlink have benefited from that as well, given the fact that the Commission doesn't have the authority to auction satellite spectrum, so they're taking advantage of that. So I just want to level set that on the table so that we all understand we're coming from the same place. As far as the framework going forward, this is a really interesting question we've been debating. So assume for a minute that you have a service territory that's 500 square miles and a unsubsidized competitor shows up in an island within that area. Okay, my bill costs don't really change because of that. I still have to build throughout that network. There may be a section of 1 square mile or 2 square miles where it made sense for a commercial provider to come in and provide service because the ROI made sense, but my build obligation is still the same, and the cost to build by that doesn't change. So we need to factor that in. I'm not saying it shouldn't be considered. I'm saying the model should be changed so that it recognizes the fact, if it's 200 locations on the edge of my network and it cuts out 20 miles of build, okay, that makes sense. I get that. However, if it's in the middle of my network, we need to take that into account. The other piece is, again, going back to what I said earlier, I don't think 120 or broadband should be the goal of these funding mechanisms. I think that network should be the goal. If all that provider can do at that time is provide that, we need to ask that question. Are you able to scale to where we're going to be in 10 years or 20 years? And if not, that needs to be factored in as well.
Thank you. Justin, thoughts on how we, or what questions we ask if we're going to deem a location served, either because it's served or it has an enforceable commitment?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a little bit of this in the BEAD circumstance of how do you balance it, and I think that's one possible solution the FCC can look at to ensure that we're not subsidizing multiple locations with the same location for the multiple programs. I also think, going back at least to the FCC, the easiest guideline is what the statute says, which is ensure that whatever service you're supporting is the same that a substantial majority of Americans are subscribing to at reasonable, comparable quality and rates. And so if you're looking at that, and sort of to pull in the last question too, I don't think the FCC should be looking at the future. They can look at now, and if a technology is able to meet that obligation that the Supreme Court has reiterated just recently, then I think the FCC is happy to ensure that that location is served. But even to go to sort of the Ookla data that Joe and I both mentioned, if the median is 127 for Starlink, that means half the folks are not reaching that speed. And I don't think that's a situation where the FCC should consider that particularly served. I also think one challenge that the FCC needs to face, and we've seen this in our battles with broadband maps, are how do you ensure location is actually served as opposed to just being potentially served by the technology? Because what we don't want to do, to Rick's point, is if you have a couple locations that are served but it knocks out a whole area who's unserved because of the constraints on that technology, those households are left behind, those locations are left behind. And that's not either statutorily the goal or, I think, should be the goal of any plan to ensure that both rural and urban America are able to enjoy the same capabilities and the same possibilities through these services.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, so I think that this is something the commission has been getting mostly right. And I think the way to think about it is almost like contracts. So the enforceable commitment was a really important part of what you talked about. First of all, let's talk about high cost, low cost, because if an area is relatively low cost, you could assume the market's going to take care of it. You don't need to worry about it. And if there's a provider there, they'll probably stay there. In high cost areas, relying on the fact that there's a provider there who's not subsidized is probably not sustainable in the long run. Some of those will find that they don't want to be there anymore, right? That's why the enforceable commitment is so important. Now, enforceable commitment implies a contract, which then there should only be one per area. So if somehow there's a conflict arisen, that should be resolved. One of the two should be allowed to leave the market, right, and not have the commitment anymore. Once someone's entered into a commitment, and they should also, however, have the right to continue for the defined time period. It should be a defined performance for a defined time period for a defined amount of funding, after which the provider can sign up again or someone else can sign up. So where you have competition emerge in those areas, we've already made a commitment. Conversely, we would not fund anybody else because there's a commitment there. I think that that's the best way to handle things, frankly.
You mentioned earlier the constraints of the statute. Is it important for the same carrier, whichever carrier is offering service that's deeming a location served, is it important for the same carrier to be offering both voice and broadband? Or should the commission just look across the landscape?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think the statute would say you have to have the same provider. The one receiving the funding is the one who provides the voice. There is some value to that. I do think that, as Joe's pointed out, we're getting to the point where maybe voice is just an application. Statute doesn't go there, but we may get there. And hopefully Congress will get there. I don't mean we independently of the statute. The statute remains the statute. But a mix and match approach probably is not helpful, in part because you don't know that either provider is going to still be there. And the whole point is to have that sort of commitment to provide that service. And so if there aren't commitments for both, and you don't really have a commitment to provide voice, there are carrier last resort obligations in some places still, but generally we don't have a voice provider with a commitment. So I think the answer to your question is if they don't necessarily have to be together, but they both have to have commitments, if that makes any sense.
Other thoughts on the questions of deeming locations served and assuming per the statute we're requiring both voice and broadband availability?
So the engineer in me says it shouldn't matter. Service is delivered, right? The customer has what they need. From an administrative perspective, from the commission's and staff's perspective, I would think that would be a nightmare. How do you align those two responsibilities and ensure that you don't have gaps between them? Because you have one provider providing broadband in this area, another one providing voice in this area, but there's this area in between that was missed, and now we have like the mapping problem that we have today. From a member of the community, I would envision a home with, two entrances for service into the home. The customer's confused about who to call for what, so I don't think that's a best customer experience. That's not necessarily the staff's mission or the commission's mission, but that is our mission, and what we do is making sure the customers are taken care of. So from that perspective, I would say from the end user perspective, and if we're looking at, urban America as a comparison, yes, I think it should be the same.
We only have a few minutes left, so we get the benefit of closing remarks real quick. Jeff, you want to kick us off? We have about 5 minutes, so about a minute each.
Sure.
Some final thoughts. What should the commission be thinking about here?
Go back to the beginning. Thank you for having us. This is a good discussion. It's important. I also like that it's connected to the other parts of this two-day event, because these things are all interconnected and intertwined. It's not USF separate from intercarrier comm, separate from et cetera. I think defining the path, defining where we want to go is important. I said that at the beginning, and I still think that's right. Getting caught up on what the next step is tends to lead us to end up somewhere that we probably don't want to go, right? It's very hard to get to where you want to go if you try to define it by where I make my next step. And that's, I think, the most important point.
Justin?
Yeah, so I think we got a little sidetracked with all the targeting Joe conversation. But I think, if we really go back to what we need to be looking at in high cost and what's been working, what has worked is we have gotten fiber to the vast majority of this country. And in the areas where we can't deploy fiber, we have used other technologies to ensure that people in rural America are connected. And if the debate is how do we ensure that goes forward, I think there's a real public policy argument that the networks that have already been deployed, that companies have already gone out and used the high cost support to get private loans, should have an opportunity to both finish their build, but also recoup the cost and recover the expense and ensure they can still pay off those loans, as opposed to just walking away and leaving stranded broadband everywhere. There is a real benefit to this country if you look at where some AI deployments and other things are going, and ensuring that people have access to these high quality services at rates that are reasonably comparable, so that we don't have brain drain, we don't have the problems that would face rural America in the event that they don't have a facilities-based provider. I do want to flag real quick on the voice thing. There's no one who provides standalone voice as a facilities-based provider. And so I think it does sort of have to be teamed up, and that just loops back into the fact that these providers who are in their communities have built their networks to provide both, and having or walking away from that midstream when the communities are relying upon this service, I think would be a bad public policy outcome. And we can talk about the ways to ensure that there are no overlapping and picking and choosing sort of which locations are eligible. And I think we would need more than an hour, but I think the underlying story of high cost is that of success and something we should continue forward.
So it's a lot to try to wrap up. It has been a lot of fun. But, so I guess where I would focus is, I've mentioned a few times the difference between like backwards looking and forward looking policy. And I think, to try to boil that down a little, like backwards looking policy is very focused on kind of the whatabouts and the worst case scenarios. And it can get very easy to get lost in those trees and not see the forest. And I think especially when it comes to policies like high cost USF programs, there's a lot of trees, like a lot of trees, right? And I think it's just really important to pull back and actually see the forest, like what is macro level going on here? And what is going on is that service is getting deployed to all these areas that previously could only be served with federal government subsidies. And I think that fundamentally changes the picture in ways that call into question the whole purpose of the existence of these programs, and that the commission needs to think through where to go from that in a way that is not stuck in the minutiae of all of these historical legacy rules.
Rick?
To begin, I'd like to commend Joe. I don't know that I would have had what it took to come and sit on this panel in the role that he's in, so props to you. You did a great job. I just want to reiterate my opening statement. I really think we need to focus on building these networks that are going to last for the next 50 years. I think we have an experiment going on right now that we're going to see the results of in 6 to 8 years with RDOF and BEAD, because they are focused on CapEx. They don't have an OpEx portion to them, so we don't know how that's going to play out. My fear is that we're going to have a bunch of entrances into this industry who focused on building the fiber but did not plan for maintaining the fiber, and we'll see a lot of failure. So I'm really interested to see how that plays out.
Thank you so much, all. I'm going to hand it over to Allison for some very brief closing remarks and to ask for robust comment in our record.
So yeah, please join me in giving a round of applause to our final panel. And we're really grateful to all of our panelists and moderators for the great discussion we've had throughout the 2 days of the workshop. I want to give a special thanks to all of the commission staff that participated in planning these workshops. Tremendous thought went into every detail, from coming up with the questions, selecting the panelists, figuring out the logistics to make it a smooth event, and I think it's been a wonderful success. And we're appreciative of everybody that's attended the workshop and are pleased to see so much engagement on these issues. As the commission previously explained, we want the transition to IP to be completed in a thoughtful manner that takes into account the complexity of the issues presented, the transition timelines, and connectivity goals. And to that end, we're looking forward to continuing to engage with the industry and other stakeholders, and we encourage you to all continue to engage with each other. I want to reiterate the invitation for industry to collaborate and submit a proposal to the commission outlining a technical, legal, and economic framework that would help facilitate the transition to all IP networks. Your expertise and input is critical to making the transition smooth and efficient. And with that, I hope you all have a good evening. Thank you so much.